డోర్ వేసి కొద్దిసేపు మళ్ళీ ఓపెన్ చేస్తాడు. ఇది స్టార్ట్ అయిపోతే ఇంకా నేను చూడలేదు.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. Dr. Venugopal, sir. It is audible, sir. Audible is you.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please wait a moment. The participants are joining. Sir, good morning, sir. Dr. Venugopal, sir. Hello, sir. Dr. Venugopal, sir.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, it is audible, sir. Sir, shall we start?
Yeah.
Okay, just sir. At a moment, I will introduce about you.
Yeah.
Then we will go session.
Sure.
I welcome all the participants. The good morning to all. Today we have an eminent speaker with us. I will happy to introduce the Dr. Venugopal Jurgomalli. So he did PhD in economic modeling, is an advanced analytics evangelist, big data analytics practitioner, data scientist by profession, and economist by education, a techno-functional consultant by passion, statistician by training, the total 13 plus years of experience in analytics, KPO and strategic consulting industries, and advanced analytical coach and mentor, ISB course instructor, a researcher, a socio entrepreneur on a mission to build analytical talent from rural India and women in analytics. Okay, a seasonal analytical professional with deep understanding of the business and analytical problems in pharma, CPG, FMCG, retail, telco, automobile, manufacturing industry, etc. So a subject matter of expert in manufacturing intelligence, research intelligence, market intelligence, competitive intelligence, build data analytical, predictive and determining the machine learning models in manufacturing, quality, customer service, warranty, retail and pharma industry. So he has vast experience. Also is converting any business problem into an analytical problems, like converting analytic solution to the business insights, commuting all this in simple English. Okay, designing and architected advanced analytical solution with minimal it cost, with powerful open source tools, managing teams and manufacturing supply chain expert, and consulting and experience in analytical model building experience in manufacturing, and also is the experts in hands-on tool experience in data science, data engineering, data warehouse, advanced statistical procedure, economic modeling, use software such as R, Python, SAS, JMP, IBM, SPSS, Jertal, uh, EVs, Strata, WinRADs, Tableau, Flatfora, and many more open source data analytical tools, specialized in training analytical managers across the globe. So, and also he worked in many capacities in many software companies, and advisor to the many companies and many education institutions like ISB, Geetam University, and the many universities also, and also worked head the management resource group, GHCL, like that. So like that, he has to vast experience in the teaching and model building and statistical tools, and the various aspects is very expert. So we are happy to Dr. Venugopal sir to have with us. I'm very happy to introduce to these participants today. I hope all we will enjoy with your lesson definitely. So on the basic time series, and the like about index numbers and all. So Dr. Venugopal sir, with this brief introduction, please welcome to this national level 4-day workshop, sir. So I welcome you once again behalf of the participants, behalf of the principal of Bijar Government Degree College, and behalf of the social science department, government degree Bijar Government Degree College, Khairitabad, and from our students also, sir. So thank you very much, sir, to have the time with us. So, sir, please, it is over to you, sir. Please continue, sir. Please carry on, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Swamy, for this. Okay, and
Thank you, sir.
I would like to talk to all these folks, particularly as I mentioned, I'm more interested to nurture the raw talent, which obviously I believe which comes from an fraternity of degrees and all. Because I myself is a degree college student, and then whatever I am today is because of what I learned. It's basically raw talent. So I am in a mission to hunt that. Okay, thanks for this opportunity, and then thanks for the gathering, guys, and uh, hope we'll try to make as interactive as possible. Okay, and then try to get into this details. Okay,
Okay, sir.
so
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
yeah, today we will be talking about two important things. One is time series and second is index number analysis. Okay. And is there any break in between we have to give or something? Like, I just want to understand. Any 5 minutes break or something, or it's a continuous 3 hours?
At 11:30, just to please give 5 or 10 minutes break, sir. So then
Okay.
it will be is for participants.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So for uh, this is basically a time series. Okay. And this is a book which I refer, like you can get this book for like no most of the practitioners. And there are so many books, but this is one which I like it and which I am very eager to say. Okay, first of all, let me tell you what is time series, right? So, uh, like if you see this graph, right? It basically goes like, no, what is there on x-axis? X-axis you can see a time, and y-axis you can see in temperature kind of a thing. Okay, this is a graph. You have to call this as an x-axis, and this is a y-axis. And then you can see like, no, each and everything. You find these things every day. Unfortunately, we see it in ECG reports, but this is what we see in stock market. This is what we see it in any of our macroeconomic situations. Okay, that's how you see this time series data. So what is a time series? Okay, first of all, let me explain why time series is important and why what is the time series data. Let's say like we have around 100 participants, we have around 50, 60 participants in the session. And let us say like, no, each and every participant, like I want to calculate one thing, like, no, I want to calculate something like, no, what is your expenditure parameter? Like, no, what we call that expenditure parameter in economics is MPC, right? Marginal propensity to consume, right? Marginal propensity to consume comes with two important things. One, what is your income level and what is your expenditure level, right? If I have to take all the 50 or all the 50 or 60 participants income, and if I have to put their expenditure for the month of June 2020, right? Then I'm going to get a cross-sectional marginal propensity to consume. So that's like, let me uh, tell you, like what will happen in that is, that's called a cross-sectional data, because I am trying to compute marginal propensity to consume of an group of people, okay, across group of people for one time period, right? So the time period is only June, right? So that's called marginal propensity consume of an 1 month for almost 60 people, right? Let us say if I pick up only Dr. Muniswamy, okay, I have liberty of choosing Muniswamy because I know him from a long time. If I pick up only Dr. Muniswamy and I want to calculate his marginal propensity of consume, okay, which is like, no, I need at least his 3 years of spending data, monthly spending data, and 3 years of income level, okay. So if I take one individual and then I'm trying to take over a period of time, right? For example, if you see, let me just pull out an Excel sheet for you, right? Okay, so this is, I'm trying to prepare this for you. This is basically Dr. Uni, okay? And then as I said, like, no, I need 3 years of income, right? What all things I need is, I need first income, okay, and expenditure, okay. So let us say like 3 years means how many months we'll get, right? That's also we put like 12 into 3. That means how many months we get, right? 12 into 3. 36 months. Okay. Totally, we need 36 months of his income and 36 months of his expenditure data. Okay. So let us say like, no, we have 36 months of time series data. Okay. Now income, let us say like he gets around some 40,000 per month. Okay. Uh, is that 40,000? Yes. And then every month his income, let us assume that his income varies. Like no, in some months it will be 42,000. Okay. In some months it will be 39,000. Okay. And in some months it will be 44,000. Okay. And let us assume that he got a good lottery and then he got around 52,000 one month. Okay. Right. And then it might be something like no, he might be getting around in the same next month he might be getting around some bad debts has to collect it, some 60,000. Okay. And then let's say like suddenly his income might have dropped. Okay. And then it will become 35. Okay. Like that, like no, let us assume that that is his pattern of uh, income. Okay. So in this case, okay, I'm trying to fill it. I'm because in the interest of time, I also want everyone to understand what we are trying to do, so that I'm trying to fill his level of income. Okay. Okay, that is his income level. Okay, and let us assume that his expenditure is also required. Okay, its expenditure is also required. Let me put this time frame for that. Let us like know his expenditure, and in monthly he might be spending around 25,000 on an average. Okay, so it all depends upon how much income you get. Right, might be his son's birthday or something, he'll spend more. Okay, or like if he has
I'm not able to see the Excel sheet. Can you just share that?
oh, I'm sorry for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sharing it, right? Is it true?
Sir, is PPT is usable, but Excel sheet
Yeah,
is
yeah,
not.
no problem, no problem. I'll share everything.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
We can
Yes,
see
sir.
it.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry for that. Okay, these are technical glitches, guys. Okay, 30K, and then let's around another 30. I'm trying to fill it. I'm trying to fill in front of you guys so that you will get comfortable in doing it later stages. I'm trying to take some arbitrary numbers. Okay, uh, some numbers like no. I'm trying to teach mostly economics and then try to get into this. Okay, right? Let us say this is his a pattern for last 7 months, and then he might have repeated it. Okay, based upon his okay. I'm trying to spread the data so that you can get a good view. Okay. Okay. This is how he spends. Okay. Now, this is basically a time series data. Okay. Now, what we have is we have income and we have expenditure. Okay. So, based on this, can we predict what will be his expenditure of the July 2020, August 2020, or September 2020. Can we do that? Because what we have is historical data, time series data. Can we do that? I say yes. And that is what we are going to learn today, how to do that. Okay. So now let me put these two things, okay, in a beautiful chart. Okay. So let us put this both of these things in a chart. Okay, this is a chart which explains his income and expenditure details. Okay, so I'm moving this chart to a chart area. Okay, this is another way where we can do most of the things in Excel itself. Okay, this is how this goes. Okay, now I want to understand what is his marginal propensity to consume. Okay, so this is his expenditure data, right? So I want to fit in line, trend line. Okay, what I want to do is I want to fit a trend line. Okay, I'm putting a trend line. Okay, I'm trying to expand this trend line to, okay, I'm trying to make this trend line as big as possible for you. Okay, I'm trying to get this. Okay, right? So this is his trend line. Okay, now I want to understand what is his MPC. How many of you understand what is MPC? Most of you, right? Okay, so what is MPC stands for? Dr. Munswamy, most of them are economics only, right?
Yeah, most of them from economics, sir.
Marginal propensity to consume.
Yes, right. Very good. Thanks for that. Okay. Now I'm trying to explain it. Okay. So this is basically what is his MPC is 1.8018. That means for every 1,000 for every how does it explains on an average in a month how much he spends? 27,000. Okay, and for change in income, how his expenditure pattern is changing? When his income changes, okay, for more 1,000 rupees he is spending 1.8 percent of that. Okay, that means the more the income, the more the spend is, right? So from this, what all things we can interpret, right? We can interpret, okay, what is his base spending behavior. Okay, on an average from last 3 years he is spending around 27,000 rupees. At the same time, the more the income he is getting, and he is spending also more. Okay, so obviously what will happen is now we need to we can also do something like no savings, right? We can also do something like a savings is very simple. What you have to do? Income minus
Consumption.
expenditure, right? Yeah, so this is his savings. Okay, I'm going to send this sheet to his wife now. Okay, okay, that is his savings. Huh? This is an very interesting thing. No one will reveal to anyone. Huh? Okay, but I'm trying to find it from his association. Okay, now what is MPC you found, and what is MPS, marginal propensity to save? Okay, so can we do this? Yes. Can we do this? Yes. Right. Let's put everything together and then go to insert. Okay, then take an Excel sheet. Okay, then move this chart to a chart location because that becomes very easy for us to do. Okay, now what we are trying to do is we are trying to find what is his marginal propensity to save. Just add a trend line and always select a linear trend line as of now. then we will come and understand like what are the different trend lines and all. Okay, and then go and display equation. Okay, and display R square value also. Okay, so now you see, right, what all things we can found. Okay, I'm trying to do it for you guys so that you will learn things. Huh? Good. Now you can see what is his marginal propensity to save, right? For every 100 rupees extra he is getting, he is saving 92 rupees. Okay, and then his average, on an average monthly savings are around 14,000 rupees. Okay, so what is his income level, right? Income level is also very important. Let's try to do the same analysis for it. Okay, add a trend line. Okay, then display equation. Okay, and display R square value. Okay, so now what will happen to this? Okay, this is basically his income level. Okay, you might be wondering, morning what he is trying to do. He is taking all our income and those things. Okay, now you see what is his base income level. 42,000 he's getting. Out of 42,000, we are spending around 27,000, and out of 27,000, 14,000 he is saving. Okay, now I revealed all the information, right? Now how this data is basically telling us the facts, right? This is basically a time series data. Okay, so far so good, guys. So far so good, right? Okay,
Okay, sir.
let's switch back to what all this data is telling, what all the historical things it is telling. Okay, now what we learned today is we learned something like components are factors of one second, sir. I'm not able to. Can this window minimized or oh, one second. Thank you. Right. So what all topics we'll cover is we'll cover components of time series model and smoothing the data series. Okay, and try to do a least square, which we already did it, and try to understand some appropriate models. Okay, monthly, quarterly, and all. Okay, I will also try to introduce you to Excel. I already introduced, and the same thing I will also introduce you to in one small package in R. Okay, which is very interesting. You had an R session, right? Okay. Now, as we say, like, what is time series, right? In time series, a quantitative forecasting method to predict the future values. Okay. How can we predict a future value? Okay. So as we have seen just now, like no, we know historical data and we can predict the future value. Okay. Then similarly, numerical data obtained at a regular time intervals, right? For example, if we see in this example, every year we are trying to get in sales, okay, that at a regular interval. Okay, that means every year end of the month, okay, end of the year, like no December, okay, and every month starting of the month, that means the first we'll get salary, right? Or every month end of the month, okay, like that. Okay, and projections based on past and present observations. Okay, can we say like no, from this data 1998 he is getting around 80.2, that means 1999 he will get 81.2. Can he? No, right? We can't assume and put it. That's why you need to understand Okay, very important things in a time series. Okay, what are the components in time series? Okay, where time series can be applied. Time series is used in economic forecasting, stock market analysis, demand planning and forecasting, anomaly detection, and much more applications. Because I say time series is everywhere, like no, even for today's COVID data, right? Daily we are getting some figures, and then we can even build and forecast what will be the future days, like no, how much it will come. Like no, for example, you see, one of our friend has predicted, saying like no, by end of July, we will be reaching around 15 lakh COVID cases. Okay, that's what's his prediction. And end of July is basically 15 days before, 15 days ahead. So what he has done is he has used the historical data and he has predicted it. So those are the things where we can use time series to predict it. Okay. Now, what are the components of time series? Okay, this is very interesting, guys. What all things will be there in time series? This is called brief history of time. Huh? How many people have read that book, Stephen Hawking's? Okay, so what is there in the time series, right? We have a trend component, we have a seasonal component, we have a cyclical component, and we have a random component. Okay, let us understand what is trend, what is seasonal, what is cyclical, what is random. Okay, right? For example, what is trend component, right? For example, you take this data, okay, then data taken over a period of time, and then you just write in straight line. It is showing upward trend. That means it is going up, right? So it is basically upward trend. Suppose it falls down, then it becomes a downward trend. Okay, so it is going up. That's why you call it as an upward trend. Okay, that means we are not seeing how the data is going, but we are trying to see the trend. What is trend basically? What is today's fashion trend? Okay, for men, jeans, right? For women, also jeans, right? That's basically a trend. Then, a very important thing is cycle, right? If you see this data, right? There is up, again there is a down, but there is an up. This particular thing is called cycle. That you can observe, that cycles you can see in general for 2 to 10 years of data. Okay, so this may vary length, like now how the cycles will vary, how the cycles, yeah, okay, no problem. Okay, so this basically goes up or down, but this is called cycles. So what are things we are seeing? Trend, cyclical, okay, then seasons. Okay, now let us say like no seasons, right? In a winter season, right? Let us say, or a rainy season, umbrellas sales will be more, right? Or summer season also umbrella sales will be more. Okay, or raincoat sales will be more in winter. Sorry, raincoat sales will be more in rainy season. Raincoat sales will be less in summer. Okay, in winter sweater sales will go up. Okay, and so this is basically a seasonal pattern, right? In one seasons there are some up and some down. Okay, that we'll observe within an year, right? In an year we have 4 seasons, and then each season will depict in one. Then what will happen is random or irregular components. Okay, okay, if you understand trend, we can definitely predict what will happen, like no okay, if you understand seasonal, we can basically correct that season and give a more weightage and predict it. Okay, and if you understand cyclical, we can definitely predict the cyclical. Okay, and if we understand, if you don't understand one component is called random or irregular component. Okay, everything is under control, but only one thing is not under control is random variation, nature, accident. Okay, is there anyone who predicted the current COVID situation? No, right? It is a random. and irregular component in time series data. Okay, so that's how the time series data consists of. Okay, and having said that, time series can be additive or time series can be multiplicative. What is additive? It can be addition, like no, okay, we'll first see a trend and then we'll see a seasonal and then we will see a residual. This is basically additive model. Okay, but at the same time, time series can be multiplicative also. How does that multiplicative goes? Okay, like this is how the multiplicative. So what we have seen here is trend, seasonal, residual, right? This is basically a multiplicative. I'll show you how the differences occurs, right? For example, if you see this is your additive data, right? You go with okay, first you are trying to see a series which is a trend, then you are trying to see a seasonal, then you are trying to see irregular, okay? But if you see a multiplicative, it goes in a geometric progression, right? You see like no, it goes up, down, up, down, up, down, and then it goes up. So what will happen here is in additive, it becomes very easy to control. When it goes to multiplicative, it becomes very difficult for us to control. So I'm trying to link again because everyone sees these graphs every day, right? COVID graphs, right? If you see, initially we had an additive component in our COVID graphs. Today we are seeing it as a multiplicative. Okay, that's how you have to link, right? Right now, okay, having said very good, so far so good. Okay, I want to so how much time we spent so far, like let's say like no, we spent around some good amount of time. Okay, now I want to understand, okay, one thing from you. uh, have you understood what is time series, why it is important, okay, and then where all we apply time series? Okay, I'll just pass 1 minute and I want to ask you guys, there are 21 people waiting in a waiting room, huh? Can we admit them? I'll admit everyone. Okay, so can someone tell me like what all we have covered so far? How is that? Yeah. And is there anything which you missed it? Okay. So I agree, and then we'll start. We'll get to the next level. Okay. So how to deal with time series data? How to deal with time series data, right? So we have a trend, we have a seasonal, we have an cyclical. Okay. How to do some bit of an approximation? Okay. What is an approximation, right? For example, let us switch back to our example of what we are trying to do. Don't get scared about it. Okay. Okay. So we come to this sheet, okay, right? And then understand this chart. So can someone tell me the trend? Where is the trend? You see, this is a trend line, right? This is your trend line. Is this trend line a linear trend line? Yes, right? It is going like a straight line. Yes, linear. Is this trend line an exponential? No, right? Can we see what will happen to his next level? Okay, that is where what we do is moving average. Okay, now if you, what is moving average, I'll explain. Okay, moving average, if you put, so what is happening is, okay, so you are trying to see as close as possible. Okay, from this you can say, okay, next what is his next income level, right, or next expenditure level. Now let us see how can we get into a next level. Okay, This is basically moving average. Now, what is moving average? Okay, why we are trying to do a moving average, right? We have seen how moving average looks like. Moving average is basically used for smoothing the series. Okay, then it is an arithmetic mean over a period of time. Have you covered what is arithmetic mean, right? It's basically an average, right? So, and then it also results in a length, right? For example, 3 years moving average is like no 1, 2, 3. Let us go to our data and create a moving average figures for the same data what we have, right? Now come here, okay? So I'll try to take a moving average for expenditure, right? And I'm trying to take a 3 months moving average, okay? So what is 3 months moving average? Okay, first month, okay, then sorry, first month plus second month, okay, plus and the third month, okay, then you get a moving average, okay. So this is basically addition, right, by 3, right? That's what we are trying to do, right? Then put everything in a bracket, right? Now this becomes a moving average, okay. So let us pull the series. Okay, so now this is your moving average. Okay, now let me take these two series and you just need to I want to plot this. Okay, now how is your moving average looks like, right? It's actually an average of everything, right? Okay, that is basically a moving average. Okay, which is instead of telling all the spikes and all, you are trying to smooth the series. That's called moving average data. Okay, now let's go to an example of moving average, right? So in this example, okay, like no, for example, let's say like John is a building contractor where he constructs a lot of houses and and he want to basically sell it, and then on an average how many houses he construct. Okay, can you see this? You agree, right? So similarly, okay, similarly, okay, so now you take moving average example solution. Okay, like the same way we can construct a moving average and then the same graph which we projected for Muniswamy's income. Okay, now there is another method. So far it is very good, right? Moving average is very good. Now we are trying to complicate with a weighted moving average. Okay, weight decline exponentially and most recent observations weight is most. Okay, what is weighted? Simple moving average is basically collecting it, but let us assume that in some seasons, okay, in some seasons, let's observe from the data. Okay, in some seasons, okay, where, okay, let us only plot this data and try to understand whether he has any seasonal component. Okay, okay, now in some seasons, like no, for example, every second, okay, in some seasons, okay, he is trying to spend more, right? For example, you see second month in a year. Similarly, okay, when we see this 13th, okay, where you can spend more. Okay, then similarly, uh, Like for example, what is the season? Like no 1 to 12 first year, and then 12 to 24 second year, 24 to 36 third year, right? So 24 like no 1 13, sorry 1 13. Okay, that means like no 2 14. When I say 14, that means second month. Every year, second month he is spending more. Might be his son's birthday. Okay, and 25th, right? Okay, so he's spending more. So that's basically seasonal. So if you do a simple moving average, okay, which is not giving us a good picture, which we have seen here, right? Which we have already seen, right? Now, can we do can we give some weights and do an exponential smoothing? Okay, that's what is exponential smoothing is. Okay, so now weights are given, subject chosen, like no, okay, we can give only second month some weight. That's called exponential smoothing. Okay, that means if you see, right, let's say like no, we are giving a weight of 0.2. Okay, first month we are not giving, and second month what happens? 0.2 into 5 plus point 5 plus and 0.8 into 2. This is how you can actually calculate and weight. Okay, so this is basically exponential smoothing average. Okay, like for example, if you see, you can have a general data and this is your smoothed data. Okay, what we are trying to do is we are trying to give more weightage here. Okay, because that particular month we are trying to give a more weightage. Okay, that's an exponential smoothing. Okay, okay, good. Can we do something like no sales, linear sales? Okay, this is what we have done, right? So this is what we have done here, right? For example, if we come to this chart, okay, in this chart, right, all this is nothing but your linear graphs, right? This is your linear trend. Okay, what is linear? What is linear meant for? Any guesses from anyone?
Equal increase in responding variable to the observing a variable.
Equal increasing may not be,
Proportionate
yeah,
increase
proportionately increasing. Yes.
in
Okay.
a observing variable to the
Yeah.
other variable. Okay.
Yes. Right. Generally, it forms a straight line that can be upward trending or downward trending. Okay. Or it can be a straight also where there is no trend. Like for example, if you see, this is basically an upward trending line. Okay. And this is basically a little upward trending line. Okay. But this is basically a flat. Okay. There is no up or no down. Okay. That's basically, you can see the linear trends. Okay. Right. So this is basically a good thing. I will try to give this sheets. I will send it to Dr. Munswamy. Okay, you can actually get it. Like let me try to go and see this data. Okay, you can edit it. This is an Excel sheet which I have embedded in it. You can edit it. Okay, right, in this editing sheet. Okay, okay, this is your data. Okay, very simple data you have, and then do it. Why we have to depend upon their data? Why can't we do our data, right? We'll go to our sheet because we already created the data, right? Let's go here and take, right? Now, so far I'm only showing you something like no, whether what is your expenditure pattern, what is the income pattern. Can we mix both and try to find it? Okay, that means your expenditure depends upon your income. Okay, in this way, what we'll do is, okay, we'll go and try to see in one particular chart called scatter plot. Okay, all right. And this scatter plot, okay, I'm moving this chart to a new chart. Okay, that means I'm trying to understand your income and your expenditure. Okay, depends upon, okay, depends upon this. Like now, I'm trying to put in relationship here. Okay, now I'm trying to put a trend line. Okay, now you see. So that means, okay, what I'm trying to do is you have your income and your expenditure, right? Your expenditure always depends upon your income. Okay, the more the income you have, more your expenditure goes. Okay, that's your hypothesis. So far, what I was trying to do is univariate analysis of things. That means, okay, can I project income level of Swamy? Can I project income level of, expenditure level of Swamy? Can I project savings of Swamy? This is basically univariate. Only I'm taking only one series and trying to understand what is a trend, what is a cyclical, what is a seasonal component of it. Okay. Now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to go to the next stage. That means whether there is any relationship between income and expenditure, right? If there is a relationship between income and expenditure, how an 1,000 rupees income is going to increase his expenditure level. Okay, that's what we are trying to do from this chart, right? This is your chart. Okay, that basically tells it. Like, let us see that on an equation, okay, and an r square value, how much it is explaining. Okay, unfortunately, time series always suffers with a low r square values because of we we have to put a lot of trend and components to that. That's the reason it is not showing it. Okay, now what does it explains, right? So the variation in income is explained by, sorry, the variation in an expenditure is explained by variation in income. Okay, so as we see, like, no, y is your expenditure and this is your income. That means for every change in your expenditure, okay, has to get contributed from your income level. Okay, that means we have seen 25,000 is an average expenditure despite of whatever the income level he gets. Okay, now if he gets an additional 1,000 rupees, okay, that is basically increasing of that. Okay, every 1,000 rupees he is spending around some 6% of that 1,000 rupees on his expenditure. That means 25,000 plus 6% of his expenditure will basically help to uh, 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 help in explaining his spending pattern. Okay, this is basically what we call it as a multivariate. Okay, we are only seeing two things, MPC and MPS. Okay, now let's understand how this pattern goes to a next level. Okay, good. Let us assume that Munuswamy is only doing one job. Understand that he gets into another job, he gets a side income. Okay, so that becomes an quadratic model. That means, how many of you understand a basic mathematics, guys? Y is equal to mx plus c, right? Which you might have studied in 6th and 7th classes. Okay. Yeah, Satyendra, you have, yeah, madam, Sandhya garu, you can speak. Yeah, Sandhya garu, you raised your hand. You have some doubt? Okay, that might be a mistake. Okay. Suppose his income levels doubles. Let's assume that uh, he runs one shop and then he open another shop. Okay, where his income levels doubles, which is basically an exponential. Let's assume that he has second shop, and then he also opened a third shop. Okay, then he gets quadruple incomes, right? So the first one and second is exponential, and third is basically it goes up, right? That's how it goes. Okay, in this case, definitely his expenditure is also going to increase, right? It's not like only his income increases, right? When his income increases, his expenditure is also going to increase, because earlier he was managing everything on his own. Now because of a next shop, he has to spend something like, no, for their employees, for their well-beings, and also his expenditure is also going to increase. So let us assume that his expenditure is also increasing and income is also increasing. Then is there a possibility where he can find what is my first shop income and what is my second shop income? I'm not talking about houses. I'm talking about shops. Okay, he has only one house. Okay, and then he has multiple shops. Okay, right? So that's how you get things. Okay, now can we, is this sufficient? Can we do something else? That means always our Indian people always look at stationary income, like, no, what happened in my past month will reflect this month, right? That means in last month I had too much of income, so this month what I'll do, I'll try to spend more. Okay, or in last month I had a decent rise in my salary. Okay, that means this month I'm going to do a lot of shopping. Okay, that means it always depends upon your past thing. Or last month I spent too much of money. This month I want to reduce it because my income is standard, right? For example, I had a birthday party last month, and this month I want to see. Or like last month I had a birthday party, and this month my wife's birthday party. Next month my daughter's birthday party. So what will happen here is it also depends upon how you manage your income. Okay, and try to how you manage your income and try to get into this based upon your past learnings. Okay, so that is called auto regressive model. Okay, that is basically called as auto regressive model. Okay, which we will try to do. That means, okay, last month you had something, based upon that. So okay, for example, your expenditure only depends upon the past months. Okay, it might be depends upon past 1 month, or it might depends upon past 2 months, or it might depends upon past 3 months. Okay, this is basically called auto regression. Okay, we are not dealing with how much of income you are getting. Okay, you assume that you live in some income, but you need to manage it, right? Like this is what we often listen at home, right? Okay, we are trying to increase our cost, we have to cut down our cost. Okay, that's how we call it as an auto regressive models. Okay, what is then another model we are trying to see? Auto regressive models. Okay, like for example, you see the same housing example, right? No, this is up to 1999. He has a different uh, same our John is constructing so many apartments, and then you want to do an auto regressive model for last 8 years. Okay, how to do that? Right, so what is auto regressive model? Hmm? Right, if you see this, and then I'm trying to put it in. Guys, you are following it, or I'm throwing some bouncers? You tell me, I can always change my tune.
Yes, sir, we are following.
Huh? Is it okay? The pace is okay for you?
Okay, sir.
Okay, thank you, guys. Because unfortunately or fortunately, I deal with so many people, but the way how I go is really different. Okay, let's take this data. and put it in your it's not going. Okay, take this data from here itself. If not, we have other data. Okay, Control V, right? Let's put this in an order. Oh, no. Okay, forget about it. We'll take our Swamy's data only. Okay. And then, okay, let's take only income and try to, sorry, only expenditure and try to explain what is our auto-regressive model. Okay, take only expenditure of 36 months. Okay, Control C. Okay. And this is his current thing. Okay, let's put first. Okay, so 1, okay, 2, and Excel is so easy, guys. See, with a click of a button, you can do so many things. Okay, right. Okay, this is your EXP. Okay, let us say like now you want to see what is your next level, right? T minus 1. That means expenditure of 1 lakh. That means minus 1. That means, okay, here you will get this value. Okay, and then you can go to right. This is how it goes. So now your expenditure depends upon your previous month's expenditure. Okay, right, you can do this. Okay, with our same scattered plot. Okay, and try to, yeah. Okay, now you see. Now you want to get this equation. Okay, just go right click it, add a trend line, and have a linear trend line. Okay, and then okay, have this equation on this. Okay, okay. So so what is happening here? Okay, now when he's trying to compare his expenditure based on the previous month's expenditure, he's always trying to reduce it. Why? Anyone can tell me why he is reducing it? How he is reducing it? How can I say a statement like he is reducing his income?
Because it shows the negative value.
It's basically negative trend, downward trending trend. Yes, thank you, madam, for that. Right? It's basically a negative trend, which is basically downward trending. But when his income increases, how he is spending? Positive, right? If he has a more income, he is spending. When he is comparing that with a last month, then he is basically reducing it. So it's a good disciplined life, huh? Right? Okay, now, right? Can we do a forecasting? Can we go and forecast things? Yes, we can do it. Okay. So the same thing whatever we have done, okay, uh, up to 11:30 I will try to cover up on time series, and then I will also take some questions, okay, once we get back from a break, and then I'll try to spend more details on time series. Okay, now
Sir, hello, sir.
yeah, tell me, man.
In your last explanation, you told that y is equal to a plus bx type of. You told average he is spending this much and 2% he is getting the savings. Like that, you means
Yes.
for this example, how do you say minus point two? They are getting no.
Okay, very good question. May I know who spoke just now? I
I'm
want to.
Taslim. I'm Taslim.
Tasleem, I just
Yes.
want to appreciate you. I was asking someone will ask me this question. Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Slim, what I was trying to explain here is, okay, in my previous example, okay, what I was trying to explain is, okay, what I was trying to explain here in my previous example is, right, right, expenditure and income, okay, expenditure and income, right. You know something called data analysis toolbar. Have you ever done it? I'll
Yes,
tell
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go to options. Just add in. Okay. Okay. And then I'm trying to put this. Click OK. No. Okay. The guys who missed how to do a data analysis toolbar, just this is the way. Just go. You have to say. Okay. Then okay. Click OK. So that you get it. Okay, Taslim. To say your question, what I initially said was when he compares his expenditure based on his income. Okay, so that is the time how his expenditure is going. Okay, we always keep a benchmark, right? Okay, every month I have to spend only 25,000. Okay, that's my benchmark. Okay, nowadays I have an app where basically I keep that app and keep my benchmark. Then suppose I'm getting more income in this month, like no, maybe I am a salaried employee, I get a more income from some other sources. Okay, if I get a more income, what I'll do is I'll try to spend in a next month. Okay, but if I spend 2 months like that, then what I will do is, oh, every month I'm spending more. I need to cut it down. So that means what is my benchmark there, Taslim? My benchmark is previous month's expenditure, right? That shows previous month's expenditure. If you compare, then you have to cut your current income, current expenditure. That's what it is doing. Whereas when you compare that with an income, in the first instance, as an economist, you always think that, okay, I'll get more income so that I'll spend more. In second time, you have to live with your expenditures. So, okay, my expenditures are going up, I need to cut it down, right? That is what the current companies also do, right? Current strategies of a companies, right? So what is why people cut the why the salary cut and why these things are happening? Because of that. It depends upon, okay, I need to cut my income because my income I need to cut my expenditure because my income level might become zero, or I need to save more. So that's the same example. Hope I cleared your doubt. Is it clear, Taslim?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Now, so this is first I want to ask Dr. Swamy, are you there? Hello. You guys have an R as a package covered in your things of.
Just it was introduced by Dr. Ajay sir, but
Okay.
due to lack of time,
No problem. No
not
problem.
in detail.
No. But we will try to cover it as we were discussing. Like no, if the people are interested, they can come for only our sessions. Okay, where we can spend some time. Dr. Ajay, Dr. Srinivas, and Dr. Venu can take it up. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now I'm trying to introduce you to this is R basically. Within that, there is a beautiful package of R. Okay. uh, it's a simply you just need to do only two things in this. Okay, these are the two lines of code you just need to execute. Then the moment you open, it will come like this. Okay, this is a beautiful package. Okay, so I'm starting it. Okay, so I'm not going to do any coding for you guys because I respect economics. I'm also an economist. I never learned coding, but somehow coding has come in our DNA because we are from Andhra and Telangana. We are Telugu speaking people, right? Telugu has a lot of links so that coding has come as our DNA. Okay. Now I'm just taking one example and trying to show you how these things are going. Okay. I'm just trying to import this file. This is the file which I'm trying to take. Okay. Now I have imported a file and I just want to show you what is the data in this. Okay, this data has, this is your data. This data has some categories and then it has some dates. Okay, and it is having some values, salinity, temperature, and depth. Okay, that basically what this particular data is. It's basically about the rainfall and then the temperature of that particular region. Okay, and you can see there are NAs, right? There is an NA in this, right? NA is basically you have missing value. Okay, where the data is not available. That's called a missing value of the data. Okay, now as soon as you get your data, the first and foremost thing you need to do is you need to summarize the data. Okay, what is this summary stands for? Okay, you might have heard about a minimum, maximum values, median, mean, everything, right? You studied so much, right? That's what Dr. Chandrasekhar and Dr. Ajay did with you guys, right? Now you see, I am trying to do with only one button. Right? With only one button, now I am putting everything at. Okay, that's basically a summary of the data. Right? Now the next thing is I need to select the parameters. Okay, let me take one factor. Okay, then go with only one variable. Let me take salinity as a variable. Okay, now I'm trying to summarize it. Okay, so by doing this, what happens is I got 205 variables. Okay, now I'm going to build a time series of it. Okay, I'm going to build a time series of it. Okay, let me just take, I can build it by years or by months. How my data looks by month. Okay, now you see Jan to December, I have 200, 95 to 2010. How many years of data I have? 95 to 2010.
16 years.
16 years of data I have. Okay, that means how many months I have?
No, 192.
Hmm?
192 months. 192 months. So 184 months.
Is it, sir?
Sir,
Every month, every year we have 12 months and we have 16.
12, sir. 192 months.
Okay.
Yes.
So every month, how many times in a year we'll see on an
Months.
average? This is basically a little bit of mathematics is required for any economist. Huh?
Sir,
How many months, how many times January month will come total?
in 16 years, 16 times, sir.
So you will get 16 times. Okay. So if you see your 16 times, this is your, you know how to read this plot, right? This is called box plot. Okay. This box plot consists of Q1, Q1, Q2, and then the thick line is basically median. Mean deviation. I think once we'll do more analysis, we'll get it. Okay. And whatever it is coming outside are called outliers. Okay. Whatever we are coming outside are called outliers of the data. Okay. Good. Now, can we remove outliers? Okay. And we can plot it. Yes, we can remove it. Now you can see that, right? After removing outliers, again, these are the things which we are trying to reduce it. Okay. Now, see the data frequency in your final time series, right? You can take, since it is, you can also do a daily plot, or you can do an fortnightly. Fortnightly means every month, how many fortnights will be there? Every 15 days is a fortnight, every 2 weeks. Okay. And semi fortnight and fortnightly, and you can do monthly, and you can do yearly. Okay. So I'm trying to do it a monthly. Okay. I'm plotting this. Now you can see, right? Okay. Now, can we aggregate our data? Okay. That's basically, can we do a mean? Can we do a median? Can we do any of these things? Okay. That's how you build your time series. Okay. Yeah. Now what we are trying to do is we are trying to go to trend analysis. Okay. So we are trying to create some trends. Okay. So we can we just do in seasonal decomposition? Can we understand, is there any seasonality in the data? Okay. Or also we can see any seasonal trends in the data. Okay. First understand that. Okay. Now let's see this. This is your original data, and this is your seasonal data, and this is your trend data, and this is your error data, right? In Excel, the main problem is you have to do everything on your own, but this package is made so simply with one button you can get all the things. Okay, so that's how this is very handy packages. Okay, good. So let me do some trend analysis. Okay, now I'm trying to do a trend analysis. Okay, of seasonal trends. Okay, right. By doing this, okay, now you can see, right? So this is basically, it is telling for all the seasons, okay, which is basically very effective season. Okay, what you have to look is your p-value. I can't see any seasonal impact in this data apart from one value, that is season 6, 6th month. I can see some seasons. Okay, can we do some general trends? Okay, so again, by doing the trend, you are not able to try to see. You want to see whether the data is any break. Okay, that's what we do. Something called this. Okay, that means the data has some break in 96. Okay, data has some break at this point. Whenever this red line goes up, right? When like this is okay. But the data goes up and then the data is down, then we call it as a structural break. Okay, this is how your data looks like. Okay, so we are apt at the time, 1.5 hours. Then I'm giving you how many minutes break, sir?
10 minutes.
10 minutes break. Huh? Okay.
Yes, sir.
10 minutes break. Then 11:35 we will regroup. Okay, and
Okay, okay, sir.
11:35 I want to spend some 10 minutes up to 11:45. I want to listen some questions from you guys. Okay, then we have another hour where we'll continue. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have some water or coffee. Directly we are not able to give.
No problem.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, Dr. Venugopal, sir.
Yes, yes.
Sir, welcome back, sir.
Thank you. Okay, now, yeah, as we said, like 10 minutes, I'm open for all the questions. You can ask questions in between also, but
All the participants are requested to have clarify any if you have any doubts. So it is open for all. Please unmute yourself. You want any doubt or question, unmute yourself and ask the question. And Dr. Venugopal sir is ready to give clarify your doubts. And once you ask the question, immediately go for again mute yourself. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if you don't have any clarifications or questions, the sir will continue the class.
Good morning, sir.
yeah.
This is Sripad Deshpande.
Yes, Rishpat, tell me.
Just I have a general question, not regarding the topic. Can I
Yeah.
ask?
Yeah, please.
Regarding the stats only. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Regarding, for example, is there any difference between mean and average?
Hmm.
Is
Yeah.
there any difference, sir?
See, average, okay. Average is basically a family of averaging things, okay. You can do arithmetic mean, and then you can do a geometric mean, you can do an harmonic mean, okay. And that is all comes in this, like no mean is basically what mean are you talking about? Are you talking about arithmetic mean, or are you talking about geometric mean? Are you talking about harmonic mean? So that's the difference. We have different computational difference, but otherwise you can use average or mean interchangeably.
Next, coming to real life examples, sir.
Yeah.
Like, for example, if I taking the cricket example,
Yes.
always we can see that the average score of the batsman. We did not
Yes.
see anywhere the mean score of the batsman.
Yes.
So where this word is using the real life?
So average score, why we are using an average score? It can be a mean score also, like no, but
They are not.
because of people are familiar with average score, they are using it. But otherwise, they are calculating mean only, arithmetic mean only.
Yeah, but in the real life, we are not writing the statement like the mean score of the batsman.
Okay, very good. So suppose if you go to the stock market, right? In a stock market, okay, every like no, you get an average return on your stock invested, okay. At the same time, how that average is basically coming by calculating the mean value of that particular
Yes, sir.
stock.
But
Yeah.
we are not writing in the statement conclusion.
Yes.
We are doing the back-end calculation only the sum of observation, number of observations.
Yes.
Okay. But in the statement, is anywhere writing the mean score or any like that? I did
So
not.
if Sripad, there are two ways. In if you are dealing that for a general public, they use the average. Okay. If you deal with any kind of a statistical bulletins or monthly economic bulletins and all, there you will find a mean value. So mean is more statistically used term. Average is basically used everywhere.
Yes. Can you give me any real life example where we are using the statement in the mean?
Like if you read any kind of an articles, like no, where we publish in journals, right? There you will see a lot of mean values are used.
In the statement, sir, like in the
Yeah.
conclusion statement.
Not conclusion statements. See, there are articles, right? For example, Journal of Economic Literature, American Economic Review. This is where people like researchers will publish their papers. There they will use mean and all. Their averages are not used. That's what I mean to say. Mean is more scientific word. Average is a word where we are trying to use for a general public.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, sir, you carry on at the end session. Again, we will try to ask the questions from the participants.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay,
Guys.
thank you.
Okay. So, where are we? Okay, so this is how the time series works. Okay, and I just want to spend some time on residual analysis or something like, for example, most of your data you see like this. Okay, so then what you call them as like, whether it follows some trend or something. If you are seeing this like this, then you call it a cyclical trend. If you're seeing this downward or upward, okay, then you call it as trend. Okay.
Sir, please share your PPT, sir, please.
Sir, PPT not visible.
Yeah,
Sir.
yeah. Sorry.
Are you sharing or not right now?
No, I'm sharing it, but unfortunately,
it is not visible, sir.
yeah, it is actually so many windows. Yeah. Okay. So, like what will happen is if it is a random errors, like where you don't, as we have seen, like what are the different time series components? First, you have a trend, you have a seasonal, you have a cyclical, and you have a random. Let us assume that you have all your randomness in the data. Then your residuals will look like this. Okay, that means it won't follow any pattern. Either it follows some kind of random behavior. If you see some kind of cyclical thing, then you tend to see the data like this. Okay. If you tend to see any trend or detrending series, you will try to see like this. Okay. If you see any cyclical or seasonal things, like cyclical and seasonal, it all depends upon, like cycles takes longer time, seasonal confines in a very short time. Okay, that's the difference. So it goes like this. Okay, that's how you have to okay, you can actually do this. Yeah.
Sir, I think within the cyclical component, trend
Yeah.
component also may be there.
Yes.
Within the cyclical.
Yes.
If one is, that is also trend.
Yes, I'll show you that. I'll show you that.
Trend and
I'll show you that. Yeah.
The
For
trend
example.
is within the cyclical.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You go. You ask me, then I'll. Yeah. I'm not able to hear you properly. Hello.
What did I say is within the cyclical component also there may be the trend component.
Exactly. This is exactly the same thing, right? Can you see this?
Yeah.
See, what happens is your trend might go as a cycles also. Yeah. Good discussions. Okay, so what I will do is I have one beautiful example for you guys, which I taken from stock market data, right? Can you see my screen, right?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
visual.
Yeah, thank you. So this is basically your stock market data. I'm trying to take the stock market of Infosys, and then the series is equity series. Okay, this is how I have downloaded it. This is the data of a daily, okay, stock market, and we can see like previous closing, opening, high price, low price, last price, and then you can also see the closing price, and this is basically average price. This is total how much they are trading it, and this is basically daily turnover of that particular company, and number of trades happened on the day. Okay, and this is also what is the deliverable quantity, and this is basically percentage of deliverable quantity to traded quantity, right? So this is basically your data, right? Now I just want to pick up in a stock market, okay, and try to understand how this data looks like. First of all, in stock market, what will happen is you don't see the data as you have seen in your sales or something, because what you see is a lot of volatility. Okay, for example, I'll just try to plot these two things. Okay, so I'm trying to take these two things and plotting it for you. Okay, right. So let's see this, or like see this. Okay, or for a plain purpose, first this is how your data looks like. Okay, right? So what does it mean? Can you see the data is not, you can't see any kind of trend, you can't see any kind of an cyclical, you can't see any kind of an seasonal in it, right? You agree with me? Because the data is clustered around. Okay, let me put this into a chart form and try to understand from there. Right, the data is you don't see like what we have seen so far, like cyclical, seasonal, and all. So for example, if you see, if someone asks me what is the trend of this particular period, okay,
हेलो
that is, yeah,
हाँ क्या पापा जी गए थे क्या
yes, someone is speaking. Okay, so for example, if you are trying to see this this particular, the trend is different, and for this particular, the trend is different. Okay, and this you can see it as an outliers, like for example, all of a sudden there is an high, and then there is a shift parameter coming down, going up. Like for example, if you see, the trend is different. For example, you see the trend is different. So what does it mean is, in general, in time series, it's not always like whatever, like I'm trying to uh, okay, uh, okay, so so in time series, it's not like it always follows one trend or one thing. It is always contextual. For example, if you see this particular example, okay, right, for all the data, right, you can actually have your trend line. Like I'm trying to put in, right. So this how your data looks like. For example, there is an upward trend here at the end, but there is a downward trend here. But you can see it is, you can't see seasonal or anything. So what I mean to say here is, it all depends upon what frequency of the data we are trying to use. Based on that frequency of the data, you tend to see a lot of this time series property behavior. Okay, so similarly, you can also try to see this difference, opening and closing brace. Okay, I'm trying to plot this both the lines for you. Okay, and try to see like, so this, if you see, opening and closing braces are so close, but there are some places where you can try to see the difference. Okay, so time series is a subject which we have to spend a lot of time in understanding all these dynamics. Okay, so you can also see like, for example, I'm trying to pick up close, open, and high brace. Okay, so in a day, this is how your data looks like. These are so close, but still you can see there is a variation, right? That's how your time series works. Okay, now let's switch our topic and then try to uh, uh, understand, okay, index numbers. Okay, right? So what's an index number? And sir, we have session up to 12:30, right, Ms. Swamy?
Sir,
We have session up to 12:30, right?
you can take up to 12:45, sir. No problem.
Okay, okay,
Okay, sir. Thank you.
okay. So what I mean to say is like you have an index numbers, right? What is an index number? Index number and time series are so related because you can have your index numbers in a time series format. Okay, so what is your index numbers, right? Where you see your index numbers, first of all, like
Inflation. Measurements of the
inflation.
inflation.
Inflation is basically change in index, change in price indexes. What we call it as an inflation. Okay. We can also see something like price indexes. Okay.
Yes.
And we can also see something like quantity indexes. Okay, like stock market is an index,
Yes.
right? What is, let me open that and show you for you. Okay, how many of you seen NSC data daily, right? This is your NSC. Okay, now in NSC, right, if you see, I'm trying to take something called index. I always try to explain you from the basics so that a real life example will tell you. Okay, like for example, if you see this, okay, now I'm trying to click something on Nifty 50. What is Nifty? NSC, NSC,
Average
yeah,
price of top 50 companies in the NSC.
right, that's called Nifty. Okay, now for example, what are the 50 companies, right? These are your 50 companies. In India, if you take 50 companies are Wipro, Infosys, Axis Bank, okay, HCL, Tech Mahindra, Reliance, TCS, Bajaj Finance, IndusInd Bank, Bajaj Finserv, okay, Hindalco, ICICI Bank, JSWs, Tata Steel, HDFC Bank, Hindustan Liver, okay, SBI, Power Grid, NTPC, Maruti, HDFC, Grasim, Cipla, okay, Ultra Cement, ITC, okay, and then L&T, BPCL, ONGC, Sun Pharma, Kotak Bank, Dr. Reddy's, Bajaj Auto. These are your 50 things. So how this 50 stocks will be created as an index number, okay? That means they are trying to use some methodology. That methodology is basically which will create the index of Nifty. Okay, so like for example, Wipro, if you see, Wipro is traded around 236, but your Nifty is around 10,000. Okay, but Reliance is trading around 1,917. but your this thing is around 10,000, right? And your Hindalco is 166, but still your index is basically at 10,000. Okay, that means index is basically a approximation of all these 50 stocks and trying to give something. So that is basically an index number. Let's see how these index numbers vary in a different senses. Okay. Now we'll start with something like, so I'm admitting both. Okay. So now what is the price relatives? Okay. Price relatives are helpful in understanding, interpreting changes in over a period of time. So again, this is basically time series, right? So this is basically a time series again. Okay. Now in this, okay, like how a price in period T will basically change. Like, no, for example, a price relative shows how a current price unit for a given item compares to a base period of a same item. Like, for example, I have bought an one pen, okay, or let's say I have bought an one iPhone, okay. My iPhone today is around 50,000 rupees. Let us say it's a 50,000 rupees, okay. But today my 50,000 rupees iPhone at current prices may not be at a base price, okay. For example, the base price of this year might be 2017. In 2017, the same iPhone will be a different price, okay, because it also depends upon many other relative expenses. Okay, that's what the price in relative period of time. Okay, like for example, if you see price relatives, the price of Vesco paid for newspaper and television ads in 1992 and 1997 are shown. Using 1992 as a base year, compute a 1997 price index of a newspaper. So like, for example, these are the two periods which we have given, right? Like how to compute it. Okay, for example, what was the question here? The price of Vesco paid for a newspaper and television ads in 1992 and 1997 are shown below. Using 1992 as a base year, compute a 1997 price index for newspaper and television prices. Okay. Like for example, if you see 1997, okay. So for a newspaper is 29,412 by 1497 into 100. Can you see that? What is this newspaper of 1997 is 29,000, whereas in 1992, the same newspaper ad you are paying only 14,000. Now you want to calculate the relative price relative for that is basically today you are 29,000 you are paying, and then the base was around 14,000. If you multiply both and then multiply with 100, if you divide both and then multiply with 100, you get 199. Similarly, for a TV, it is 208. So the television advertising cost increased at a greater rate, right? This is how you most of our economists uses the uh, uh, base price, okay, as well as they also uses the price in relativity. Okay, is this example clear, guys? Okay.
Okay.
Now we'll try to understand aggregate price index, right? So in an aggregate price index is developed for a specific purpose of measuring and combining changes of group of items. Like for example, right? If you see this, okay, let me just some formatting issues, guys. See, for example, if you see, okay, the unit price of an item at a period T, at a unit price of an item at a period base 0. Like, now, what is a base period? When we select a base area, can anyone gives me a hint? Why we select that year as a base year? Because in that year, you don't expect any kind of an random shocks to the data. It can be a seasonal, it can be an cyclical, but you don't expect to see any kind of an like no randomness, like what we have seen, right? In a time series, you have trend, cycle, seasonal, irregular. If you don't see any kind of irregularities, then we call it as a base year. Like, for example, going forward, like, no, you don't take 2020 as a base year, because of we have seen a lot of irregularities, right? We have seen a lot of irregularities in terms of uh, COVID-19 situation, in terms of economy going down, right? We don't take anything near to this or before that. Like, no, 2019 or 2021 also we can't take, because there will be lag lead effects. That's why we consider a base year which is very fragile, and which won't be relatively changing to so many things. That's why we collect it as a base year. Okay. Now, so far we have not assigned any weight here. Now we are trying to put some weight here. Okay. So what is this weight? So weighted average index is groups is weighted according to the importance. Like, for example, we have a price index, right? We have a price index. In the price index, right? For example, like we all listen to this in news every day, like, no, our inflation changes and all, like, no, there will be weight given to definitely essential commodities. What are your essential commodities? Food items, your essential commodities like petrol, oil, okay, are your essential commodities like what are your essential things which you use? Food, oil, and what else? What else is essential? Clothes, housing.
Medicines.
Sorry, madam. Can you just say? Can you just repeat it? Okay, sorry.
I think nothing.
Okay. Okay. So now these are your essential items, right? So we'll definitely need to give weightage for that essential item, so that while computing your price index, it can be taken care. That's why we use aggregate and weighted aggregate indexes. Okay. Like, when fixed quantity of weights are determined from a base year, okay, then we call that as, there are different methods. Okay, last space method, Pache index method, all these are different methods which we will be which when you do your courses and assignments, you can be doing it. And Excel, you can definitely calculate it in a better way. Like, for example, let us say, like, no, city like New Delhi, okay, where we were trying to conduct the index of expenditure. You have different sectors, like you have residential, you have commercial, you have industrial, and you have transport. Okay, and you have a data from 1985, 2000. Okay, there are two data sets. One is quantity, and then second is unit price. Okay, how much the quantity you are trying to use, and what is the unit you are trying to utilize. Okay, now, for example, right? For example, if you take that unweighted average price index, it will be like all your for a 2000, like for a 2000, like, for example, if you see, okay, for 2000, what is residential 2.25, 1.95, this is your price, okay, 0.7922, okay, okay. So what is your base year? For 2000 is your base year. You have to first take the you have to put the aggregate of all the base year by aggregation of all the weighted average. That means you are trying to add a quantity to that. Then it will change like this. If you want to put less than last pay indexes, you just has increase faster in lower price
Sir,
sectors.
in
So
all the
this is
examples, I
basically
think 1985 only base year, not 2000. In all the examples, 1985 only base year, I think. Not the 2000 is not base year. For
I'm
2000, you
talking
have to
about.
construct the price index.
I mean to say for constructing of 2000 price.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Okay. There was a small
Yeah.
wording mistake. Yes. Thanks for correction. Yeah. Right. So this is your base year exactly. Right. 85 is your base year, but the quantity, what is you are using the quantity is basically changing by last pay or Pache method. Okay. If you are using the quantity of the current place, then it is called last pay. If you are using the quantity of the previous period, then you call it as a Pache method. Okay. Yeah. So like there is something called consumer price index. In India, we don't get consumer price index in a national level. What we need to take here is wholesale price index. Consumer price index in India, we will get at 10 different locations. Like you get a CPI values at a locations, like you get it in Bangalore, you get it in Hyderabad level, but WPI is available at a global sense. You know where to get all this data, WPI, CPI, and anyone has any sources where you want to get a data from this? Which is the source? Yes, someone
That
raised
is MS, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, sir. Ministry
but-
of Statistics and Implementation
Yeah,
Department.
that you don't get. Yeah, but you don't get that in latest details. Okay. So, you can also get most of these price indexes and everything from rbi.gov.in also. Okay.
Yeah, from RBI, most of the 90% of the data we can.
Yeah.
No, sir, it is the source, sir. Ministry of Statistics is the source department.
Yeah. The source is that, but unfortunately from
on every month
Yeah.
it publishes on every month 12th, I think. 12th.
Yeah, it's basically Department of Economics and Statistics. Okay, that is the one which basically
Ministry of
publishes.
Statistics and Program.
Yes.
Must be, sir. Must be. It is called.
Okay, that's how it basically gets it. Okay, but for
For
getting
for the consumer price index also, for the national level, category wise, section wise data is available. For example, consumer price index for industrial workers, like that.
That's a
section wise is
segment of
available. As you said, overall national average is not available, but sector wise is available.
Yes.
National wise also, for the consumer price also.
That's what I mean to say. Like you get a CPI of an industrial workers, you get a CPI of an agricultural workers, like that. It's a segments.
Yeah.
You get, but at the same thing, you also get at an regional level, right? City level also. Okay, but in India, we have to consider WPA. Okay, that's our sad state of affair. Okay, but in US and all, CPI is available, and then they get it a daily rate also. And then one more thing they get is retailer price index. Okay, that means, for example, the same, like for example, we are talking about water bottle, right? The water bottle is priced at a different prices. Okay, in India it is an MRP. Okay, but there it is basically RRP. For example, if you want to buy a water bottle from an like a Walmart, the same water bottle you have to buy from a Target, both have a different prices. Okay, there might be marginal change, but that's how that is. Okay, so that's called retailer price index. Yeah, someone raised their hand.
So now in India, CPI is taken, sir. Earlier, wholesale price index was taken. Now it is CPI is considered for inflation purpose. Inflation purpose, CPI index is taken into consideration.
When onwards it is started, sir?
From 2010 or 11.
No, not 12, 11.
2010, 12. Sir.
Recently, it has
both the criteria they are using, sir.
shifted.
Both the criteria they are using.
But now CPI inflation is taken for CPI index is taken for inflation calculations.
Yeah, that is very recent, sir.
Wholesale index
That's
is
basically,
also calculated, but now CPI is taken into consideration.
yeah. I remember that thing, sir. Dr. Arvind Pangaria was head of Niti Aayog. Okay, he was the one who was trying to implement it, and Arvind Pangaria was my PhD evaluator, so I have very close connections with him. So there was a long debate. Even I was part of that debate. Okay, I was in Delhi that time. Okay, now, but I will tell you one thing as a fact of matter is from 2017 onwards, our data is most disturbed data. Okay, we can't use any of the data for anything. I'll admit that. Up to 2017, we used to have a data that might be fabricated or whatever it may be. From 2017 onwards, whatever the data we are seeing is not a real data, because even that was raised by Professor Banumurthy for national accounts calculation and all. Then he left that. Okay, so that's a different thing. Okay, so now there is something called deflating series by price index. Like what is this? In order to correctly interpret the business activity over a time, when it is expressed in a dollar amounts or rupee amounts, we should adjust the data for the price increase effect, right? So this is basically removing the price increase effect from the time series is called deflating the series. Okay, so what is the deflating thing? Like, for example, real wages versus actual wages, right? Like people say like, no, okay, nowadays all agricultural labor, they are demanding 200, 300. Okay, very good. It has become very costly for us to pay them. I agree. But can you say, is that because of the prices increases everywhere? Right? If you really calculate the relative and real wages of what these guys are getting, okay, then we still see there is a need, they need more, right? So the real wages is basically nothing but the purchasing power of the that particular guys, right? So there is another concept which we have to discuss, that is basically in deflating series and then real wages of it. Okay, like for example, if you see this, okay, what will happen is, okay, you get, this is your annual change. Like if you see your data, this is your CPI and this is your total sales. Okay, and then if you are trying to calculate, okay, right, okay, that's how you will get. Okay, so this is basically annual change percentages. Okay, so now there are two things. One of the important thing is selection of items. As you rightly said, I think Dr. Malik, right, rightly said, the selection of items and the selection of base period are very important. Like, what is the class we are selecting? What is the representative group we are selecting? Okay, that becomes very important. Okay, and like for example, I always used to quote this. When you basically calculate the price index of different states, right? Like the Kerala price index will differ because they use this tapioca. Okay, so if you don't consider the tapioca there, that's their staple food. Okay, then that price index will vary. Like for example, if you take the price indexes of Andhra versus Uttar Pradesh, both the rice growing states, but when we really use there, like here the prices of paddy or price of rice, and then there the price of wheat has to take. So it all depends upon what's the selection of items. At the same time, what is the base period you have to select. So that's how you can do a comparative analysis. Okay. Now we'll also try to take the quantity changes. Like now, for example, you can't compare Delhi price index things with a city like Hyderabad or somewhere, right? You have to consider the quantity changes also. So yeah, so this is of my thing, like no, as I said, like no time series and index numbers. So we have 15 minutes time for any discussions you want to uh, ask. Like no, if you wanted to make like no anything for career discussions, or like no, you really want to understand like how an economist like me has moved to an industries, anything, I'm open for that, guys. Next 15 minutes. I want you guys to ask questions. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm audible.
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Yeah, this is Sripad Deshpande, sir.
Yeah, yeah, Sripad.
So, right now, this situation, can the time series is helpful because we are predicting the future value based on the previous values. Like
Yes.
for, so this due to this COVID, can we get the approximation results?
Yes, that is what we have to do. We have to put it as an weighted. Okay. If you give this particular year as an weight, you will definitely can predict it. But there are different methods and corrections available. Okay. This is basically irregular component, right? It is not your trend, or it is not your cyclical, or it is not your this thing. Okay. For example, every 100 years you change it. Like, no, for example, in 1921, we have an economic depression. Okay. So in after 2021, 2021, we are seeing this COVID depression, which is equivalent to this. Before that, it is 1818, you had this world famine situation, right? So if you see in that sense, it might be a cyclical. Okay, but definitely this particular place, you have to put some weight and then try to predict the
It
future.
comes at irregular.
Yeah, it's an irregular event.
Okay, okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can you just share your experience in the field of, like, you were faculty or lecturer before or professor before, and now you are into the corporate world. How is it?
Yeah, that's a very good thing. See, I started my career as a researcher, right? My PhD also I have done it from World Bank funding and that. Okay. So when I was doing my PhD itself, I used to work for a lot of this World Bank, ADB, and RBI kind of a thing. Okay, all my short-term projects were there. But then I want to move to a different field, that's basically management. Okay. Then I moved my journey to ISB, okay, Indian School of Business. I used to teach statistics. I used to teach like no macroeconomics and all there. But what happened was ISB is a place where you find a lot of people like no who will have all corporate aspirations and all. So in fact, that is my turning point, and then I changed my diaspora towards the corporate. But in corporate, there is a challenging thing. corporate don't accept academicians like that. Okay, corporate, you need to change, you need to transform, you need to speak to their language. It's everyday learning. You need to turn towards their own things. Okay, that's where you have to do. So it's a learning process of everyday evaluation. Okay, and then the technology is also changing, right? Initial days, we used to work on Excel sheets, and we used to work within SPSS softwares. Now the softwares is also changing. Like there was an in between, there was an R. Now people are talking about Python. People now talking about there is something like new language like a Scala or like Spark. Okay, so you have to learn these things over a period of time. At the same time, what is keeping me alive is my fundamentals, like my strong fundamentals, what I have in terms of basics. Okay, my statistical basics or my economics basics or my quantitative basics is basically driving me my journey. Okay, and then I don't want to lose my appetite for teaching, so I do teaching at a lot of places. So that's basically I sacrifice my personal time off or any other things. That's how I maintain my things. But I've seen a lot of heights. Like no, I was advisor for CEOs. Okay, I was also seen my lows. When you go to that position, like no, if something company is not able to manage, immediately they will close it or they will shop it. But till today, I'm confident and I'm alive because I'm hands-on guy. Okay, so I never enjoy that position of Mestri Giri. Okay, I always want to be like no a worker who will contribute and learn. That's how I keep my journey.
So one more thing, sir. How do we get this project from the World Bank? You know, how we can approach?
So I had an opportunity when I was doing my PhD. I did it from ISEC Bangalore. So we had a lot of folks coming there and used to teach us. Okay, so my interaction with those folks from LSC, folks from Wharton School, as well as like no National Institute of Singapore, actually given me a chance to work with those guys.
No, personally, no, individually we cannot approach, is it?
You can approach, but you have to show some bit of like no, they should identify some sparkness with you, right? If they identify some spark at you, then definitely you can reach out to them, you can write to them. Like most of these guys are very approachable. Okay,
Now, how do we write it? We straight away give.
yeah, you can write.
Go to
Like no,
the
it's
website.
not like for the sake of asking questions you have to ask. You have to, if they write something, like I'll just tell you like no, my experience. World Bank is anyhow you can make out because I'm from an economics, I can get it there, and I had a beautiful education from like no. But recently, what happened? There is this. There is one thing happening is something called on the like what you call it as predictive analytics world conference. Okay, so those guys were basically trying to do some problem, okay, which is a supply chain and logistics issue. So when they were trying to do that problem, like no, I used to read their blogs. One day I just reported saying like, this is basically, this can be solved with one of our general equilibrium problem. Then that guy asked me like, can you just elaborate on that? Then I wrote to them like, no, this is what general equilibrium is. This is how you put your LAD leaks and everything. Then immediately there was an email from him saying, stating his own credentials and all. So then we both started collaborating and trying to publish papers globally. So that's how it goes. Nowadays it's all social media, but you have to definitely write and then you have to ignite them, then they will approach you.
Sir, excuse me, Dr. Venugopal sir. Can you say about the importance of the statistics, particularly in the social science,
Yes.
in the social science, particularly in economics?
Yeah.
In
No,
the
no, I'll speak about the importance of economics. Okay.
no importance of statistics in economics. So how
Hmm.
it is useful, because nowadays actually in the most of the universities the statistics are started in the economics course, the part and parcel of the economics course. Of course, in the central university, like in somewhere it was there, but recently it is starting in the almost in the all social science. Particularly, it is also important for the researchers also. So in that way, almost in the among the participants, most of they don't have the basic actually. So in this particular scenario, how can we improve the statistics for the to develop our research in the social science, particularly in economics, and as a faculty, how we can develop among the students the statistics? Can you suggest something?
Okay. Sure, sure. Okay, let me first say, like, no, I always proud to say that, like in my introduction also, I have written like, no, I am an economist, okay, and then I'm a statistician by my training. Fortunately or unfortunately, I did my bachelor's in statistics, economics, and mathematics and accountancy. That was my basic degree. Then in my master's, I have taken all quantitative subjects. Like, no, since I can do mathematics, all my economics used to be in a mathematical world. Okay. So having said that, like, no, mathematics and statistics plays an important role in any subject for that matter you take. Okay. Now, what is ruling the globe is data sciences. Okay. But unfortunately, what is happening is most of the computer science guys who are claiming themselves as a data scientist, they can't interpret things. What happens is economics gives us a logic to interpret. Okay. So how that interpretation has to be done by using statistical methods. Okay. So statistics is basically an life. Okay. And mathematics is basically an base, but economics is a logic. If you don't have a logic of economics, you don't do it. I'll just tell you, there was one of the position I was held for a company like Cisco. Cisco is basically a software company, and then it used to be in one of the big. Even today, it is one of the big companies, right? Like all these Zooms and everything is copycat of Cisco's WebEx. Okay, I used to be head of that WebEx economics division. What were the economics we were trying to do? We were trying to work on 4 economic problems. The first one was subscription economics. What is subscription economics? Because when the people subscribe to our services, right? What price point? Okay. And then what kind of an, once you talk about price point, price is important, right? That's our basic economics. And what kind of an, the second thing we have to talk about is what is the next important point here is what is the quantity, like, no, how much price for what quantity, right? So what happens is, I'll tell you one of the solvent thing I have solved is most of the companies take our services but they don't use it. So then then the concept is called consumption economics. Okay. Like for example, you buy an iPhone and then you are just using only that iPhone for making calls and basically watching some videos. Why you need an iPhone? Why you need to spend 90,000 or 95,000 and need to buy an iPhone, right? So in your next purchase cycle, you don't need that. You'll go for a shorter version of it. So you need to make your customer to engage them and try to use the as much as apps as possible. Okay, that is called consumption economics. The first one is subscription economics, where you need to give a good price. Second is you need to make your customers to consume most. Okay, that's a consumption economics. And then you have a whole bit of gamut comes around this thing is called digital economics. Okay, it's a digitization, right? You no need to, like for example, we all, I'm sitting at my home, you guys are sitting my your home. but we are all connected through digitalization, right? So what is happening here is internet. Like, you know, right? The Google company, the kaleidoscope of Google company has increased after they hired an economist called Halvarian. Okay. Halvarian is a microeconomic guy who used to like, no, we all followed microeconomics textbook of Halvarian. Okay. So that's how most of the companies changes it. So as I mentioned, like, no, you have an then what you need to think about here is loyalty economics, right? Who is a customer who is loyal to you, and what is an, can you charge more for your loyal customer, or can you have to go with the loyalty benefits? Okay, this is another decision making point. How all these things can be implemented with the facts and figures. That facts and figures are nothing but your data which you collect it, and then that data need to be analyzed with the statistics. That is where you can get your insights. That insights are going to help us in making all this decision making. So when we did all these things, we got an the Service International Award called TISA Award. Okay, so there is this economist called J.B. Woods, W-O-D-D-S, Woods. Okay, so who is going to get a next Nobel Prize? Okay, J.B. Woods is prominent economist and a statistician who mixes statistics with economics for strategy. That entire portion is called as data sciences today. Okay, so when we talk about data sciences, which has an economics component and which also have an component of statistics and computers. Okay, but unfortunately in India, what is happening is we are getting very few data analysts, and most of them are becoming as a data scientist. But the world is becoming more towards an this thing, like, no, we need an analyst, we need a people to interpret things. We don't want people to write codes, right? So like if you want to write a code, you can go to Amirpet, like you get every 10 guys you meet, there is one guy who can write a code. Okay. Or like every 10 guys you meet, there is one guy who cannot write a code, or 9 guys will write a code. Let me correct my statement. So, but that one guy has to be supplemented from these economics and other things. So my suggestion towards the current faculties and current researchers are like, no, there are a lot of areas where you have to investigate, where you have to work. Okay, that work is basically, don't take a subjects like very mundane topics. Like, no, when I was doing my PhD, I met some guys like, no, 8 to 9 guys has come from one particular region, and then when I asked, like 7 people are working on a same topic with their professor who is specialist on groundnet economics. Then I asked them like, no, what are your subjects? Everyone said groundnet. I was asking like, what? 8 groundnets, what you guys are doing? Then they said, no, I am doing a groundnet in Kanjipuram district. The other guy is doing a groundnet in that district and all. Don't do all these mundane tasks. Okay, pick up a topic which is very relevant. Pick up a topic which is very interesting. That basically changes your diaspora and then like, no, thinking. So then you can do the same bit of like, no, knowledge accumulation and dissimulation of knowledge, right? Assimilation and dissimulation of knowledge. That is very important. So I suggest most of the researchers has to use statistics, and then there is no day is a wrong day to learn statistics. Okay, statistics is a subject you have to learn from your basics. Okay, if you are not learned, then you can start today, and then every day is a learning. You can definitely learn it, you can definitely practice it, and you can definitely succeed in it. Yeah, any other suggestions?
Yeah, thank you, sir. So as you
In the
discussed,
beginning,
I think
sorry,
you. Okay, మాట్లాడండి సార్. మాలిక్ సార్ మాట్లాడండి సార్, ప్లీజ్ టాక్ సార్.
sir, in the beginning,
I little bit confused, sir. When you are explaining this consumption function, while with the help of the data, in the equation y is equal to a plus a into x something else. But in giving figures, you have given percentage figure for the MPC, but absolute figure for the average expenditure. So we have to predict on the base of marginal propensity consume. We have to predict marginal expenditure. Na, you have given average expenditure in absolute figures. So little bit confused whether we have to predict marginal expenditure or we have to predict average expenditure.
We have to predict average expenditure, but marginal expenditure will help us in predicting average expenditure. Marginal expenditure is rate of change, sir.
Yes,
The
yes.
change in
Yeah, I know it.
Yes.
But
Change in
you are
X with
giving a
respect to
percentage
change in Y.
as a percentage figure. You have given 0.9 to like
No,
that.
I have not talked about
per MPC.
percentage actually. No, I have not.
Yeah,
If you take that value, value and convert them into a logarithmic function, then you will get a percentage. I have not done that. I have not done that.
You have given absolute figure. You have given absolute figure for average expenditure.
Yeah, I have not done. I have not went into that logarithmic transformation because the people may not be understanding it. Okay,
no,
but I'm just trying
figure
to.
Must be the average one, marginal one, predicted figure for next year.
Next year should be an average, right? Next year should be an average, mean predictions. That also concludes the question of Sripad when he was asking when we use an average, when we use a mean. So when we predict, it will be mean predictions.
So how does MPC helps to that?
So it basically MPC is, as I explained, right? You have a base, okay? Then your rate of change, okay? For a given for your given income with the given rate of change, it calculates some value, okay? Then you have a base value. That's how it will help.
It will help to predict the average expenditure, you say?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Malik.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Dear participants, any questions? Hello, sir, Dr. Venugopal, sir.
Yeah.
You are talking about the data science.
Yeah.
So actually the data science nothing but the most of the people will think that it is in mathematics or for science for people. Even in present days in the Telangana in many degree colleges, the data science courses also started almost in the part of the MPC like BSc courses. But you also, I think you linked a little bit of data science linked with economics. So can you explain in brief because there is I know that there is no time here, but just to understand the participant and myself also, what is the link between this data science and economics studies? Can you?
Yeah. So I don't know how many people read blogs and all. I have written some blog sometime back about is machine learning is whose job? Machine learning is whose job, right? That was my one of the blog which I have written. So I will try to explain it. For example, as I mentioned, right, data science is most abused term. Most of the computer sciences are trying to claim that data sciences is their thing because they are thinking they can create packages like R, they can create packages like Python, they can write some code. Okay, but as I mentioned, coding is not the ultimate job of a data scientist, right? You get something or like most of the companies are looking for some coders for a development. Once you develop that particular code and develop that particular package, the coders are not required. What who they require is analyst, right? So in a data science, there are two jobs. One is the coding job. The second is analyst job. Okay. So that's called data analysts. Okay. Data analyst has to come from commerce and economics background. Okay. Which has to be equipped with statistics. If you don't, if you have aversion towards the number, right? You can't understand numbers, and you are scared about numbers. You can't do anything. But what you need to develop is you need to develop statistics knowledge. At the same time, you also need to interpret that statistics for the business context. That's how the economics and commerce will help. So in my purview, that's what even I was one of the uh, NASCOM member when they were trying to include only data science in STEM sciences. I said like economics has to be included in STEM, right? STEM stands for science, technology, okay, mathematics and engineering. I was telling that science, technology, mathematics combines and engineering, it should be E, that is economics.
Okay.
So that's again a debate, like no, because economics is very much required to learn data scientist. As I said, most of the coders will code and create it, but no interpretations will be done by the coders.
Okay.
That's where the economics will help.
Okay. So the economics knowledge is almost it is a compulsory for the data science analysis.
Yeah.
So can you say like that? Okay, okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your clarification.
Thank you, sir. One more question, please.
Yeah.
From Malik, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, Venuprasad, sir, from Malik, one more question. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem, sir.
The question is, most of the researchers face the problem in spite of having some basic knowledge of statistics regarding correlation, regression, multiple regression, all those things.
Yeah.
The problem they face is which model suits to their area.
Yes.
To suggest this, I think, do you suggest any book particularly to select the models on the basis of their area, which type of research they are doing, data? The suitable model, while selecting the model, most of the researchers are facing problems. In spite of having this basic knowledge regarding what is correlation they know, what is regression they know, that what is multiple regression they know, but in spite of having, they are facing to select the suitable model. Do you suggest any book or any area in the book?
Yeah, unfortunately or fortunately, there are a lot of books on research methodologies. Okay.
Yes.
Again, that research methodology books will talk about only the different models. Okay.
Yes.
But my suggestion is, my suggestion is you should read journals and articles, sir. Okay. Like for example, if you are working in an agriculture, which part of agriculture? Like no, I always develop this pedagogy called CCC. Okay, C for context. Okay. Then the other C, next C is basically for which kind of an like no, first C is concept, second C is which context you are using, then the third C is basically like no, what is a case you are trying to analyze. Okay. And then the fourth C is like what is basically code you are trying to implement. Okay. So all these four C's has to get decided. But I suggest you should, apart from basics of this, you should also understand something like multivariate statistics. Okay. Multivariate statistics, if you study, and then it will help you to understand whether you have a regression problem or whether you have a classification problem. Both are different. Okay. So that is where my suggestion is you should read more journals and you should also upgrade yourself to multivariate statistics.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Super.
Just a small doubt, sir.
Yeah.
Can we?
Can you just come little closer to your mic?
Yes, sir. I'm closer to mic only.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
audible.
Now it is. Yeah, now it is clear, loud and clear.
Okay, sir. Like in the statistics, we are having theoretical table values and practical, sir. Like,
Yeah.
for example, if we are doing any problems in practicals, and
Yeah.
at the last we can compare with the tabulated values.
Okay.
So, is we are having any procedure to find the table value? It is already made, sir. Like we are comparing table values from the table books. Just we are doing accept or reject. So my question is how
So
we are.
Sripad, yeah.
My question is like how
Yeah,
we are
go ahead.
how we are calculating the calculated values like by solving any methods. Is we are having the tabulated values for calculations, sir. Like they are having inbuilt table values now.
Yeah, Sripad, that is basically most of these packages like R or SPSS have taken that thing, taken those things care now. Okay, you no need to use your tabular values to still compute that if you are using an electronic packages.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
But just
but,
for
but the rule of thumb there is when you are using an any kind of an statistical packages, your P should be low. Your P is low, null should go. That's a rule of thumb. For any of your P value, it is low. Lower the P value, null hypothesis should be go. That means we need to reject. P is low, null should go. That's your rule of thumb for most of the statistical packages. And you no need to use all our probabilistic values and all. That is entire thing has been artificially created in your table values.
yes, sir. I understood that it is already inbuilt in the like with softwares. I'm asking regarding the theoretical, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
I'm asking regarding the theoretical, sir.
So theoretically, like that's what I mean to say, right? When you can solve it practically, but why you want theoretical thing? Your question is whether can we use two-tail test or one-tail test, or I'm not clear about your question, Sripad.
Sir, simple words, sir. Like for example, if I taking any correlation or any like we are having so many problems. If I taking for example correlation or regression, any kind of problem.
No, but that's what I mean to say, right? For correlation, your p-values are different. For regression, your p-values are different. And
Yes.
for correlation and regression, you don't use your tabular values. Most of your tabular values are used for only your testing of hypothesis.
Yes, sir. Testing of hypothesis like F
Yeah,
test, T test, Z test.
yeah,
So we are calculating the F test value by calculate for the given problem we are calculating.
yes,
After that, we are in the result. If F calculated value is less than F tabulated value, we are accepting H naught.
yeah,
The tabulated value we are seeing from the table values.
yes,
Okay, now here the questions comes in now. We are seeing the table values. Is there the table value we are seeing in the table book? Is there any like a website or reference how we are getting the table value for example 5% level of significance at 1 comma 1 or 2 comma 2 example say we are having some value 0.9943 0.28 so on. Is there any calculation part is there sir anywhere like in a books or any website?
Okay, so there is this Wharton dot PDU, okay, where you can and UCLA, University of California, Los Angeles, okay. They, if you go to their statistics department website, you get all these values, calculated values under OCLA, UCLA.
UCLA sir.
Mm.
And the website name sir only that is only the website.
Yeah, you just give OCLA statistics, okay. But Sripad, that's what I'm saying. why you have to go to the old traditional way of using that books?
Just for
Okay.
no, I did not just. I want to gain some. How, yeah, is there something method so that I will teach to others? Like now I'm faculty, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. As a faculty, that's what I can sense it. But my suggestion is, don't use the traditional method. What I have learned or you have learned
No, sir, I
nowadays.
understand. But my just yeah, I've seen somewhere so that if they say they will satisfy, that's it. And I'm not saying to use that one or because we are having so many regular trends, like we are having so many softwares. But that's it. Like if you see somewhere, okay, is there? That's it. Not by using that all calculation methods and all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okla, you get it, but that's again like no, they themselves says like you don't require to look at the table values and all because their human errors are more, right?
Okay.
Okay, because here you are computing once, again you are referring there, like no, there is a chance of human error.
Okay.
So most of the guys, most of the statisticians are telling instead of using the human methods, why don't you use the computational methods, which will reduce your errors.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. So yeah, that's it, right? I think thanks for listening to me, and then happy learning. Okay, and stay safe, and yeah, that's what I can.
Thank you very much, sir. Behalf of the participants and the faculty of social science, Vijar Government Degree College, and behalf of the principal of our college. So thank you very much. We had a long session from the 10 to almost now it is around 1 p.m. Almost 3 sessions with discussion with the participants on the time series analysis, and also the little bit index numbers, and we had also some discussion in the general the importance of economics and statistics. I think I hope all the participants got some fruitful lecture out of input today. Thank you very much being with us for this long session, 3 hours for today.
That's my pleasure.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you once again. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, dear participants, we have like a 5 minutes break. Now the 1 p.m. exactly, madam from Dal College at the University of Delhi is going to be joining, and madam is going to talk on the almost the concluding as a valedictory speech. So she is going to give some guidelines on the different how to use the statistics for the importance of the statistics for the research methodology. She is going to touch upon, and after that our my principal and AGO of our commissionerate is going to join concluding the session. So as we like yesterday, we also quiz today also. I will send the quiz link by evening today, and feedback also. And the one more thing is today feedback, and also I'm going to send the feedback on the whole program. Whatever the feedback form I am giving to you on the whole program, okay, that feedback form is more important to give to issue the e-certificate. So that's why please carefully fill up all your details, because whatever the details you give in that overall program feedback form, so based on that only the certificate will be issued. So that is more important. So within 5 minutes, the madam is going to join and going to start the session. Please stay back again. Thank you. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
కొంచెం
Madam, good afternoon, Madam. Dr. Sweta Rani, Madam.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, Madam. You are audible, Madam. Thank you very much, Madam. Welcome to the national level workshop, the 4 days national level workshop, Madam. Thank you, Madam. So now,
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now I'm requesting Dr. Giridhar sir, Associate Professor of Commerce, please introduce the Sweta Rani, Madam, sir. So now Madam is today chief guest for the valedictory session. Please introduce, sir, please. Giridhar sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is indeed a pleasure to be introducing Dr. Sweta Rani, Madam. Dr. Sweta Rani, Madam is an assistant professor in geography at Dayal Singh College, University of Delhi. She has a rich and varied teaching experience of almost 12 years at the University of Delhi, and her keen research interests includes the topics which she is interested in are urbanization and development, advanced statistical methods in spatial analysis, geoinformatics, and sustainable and regional development. She possesses an exceptionally high and commendable academic excellence and achievements. She is a merit rank holder, securing first position at the higher secondary level and topped the stream in graduation from Patna University, receiving Shanti Lata Memorial Award in 2002 and Mother Theodosia AC Memorial Award in 2005. She is a merit rank holder and we are really pleased to have her today in our program. She is a merit rank holder at higher secondary level and topped the stream in graduation from Patna University. She is also the recipient of gold medal from University of Delhi in the year 2008 and awarded fellowship for meritorious students in science by UGC in the year 2012. She also grabbed the prestigious award for national level geographers youth conclave for 2 consecutive years, that is in the year 2019 and 2020. She has been immensely recognized and appreciated for her research work with more than 30 research papers to her credit in journals of international repute with a high impact factor. Also, she has received numerous awards for best research paper presentation both at the international and national level. So we are really happy to have you here, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for introduction of the madam. Thank you, madam. With a brief introduction, I'm once again welcoming you to part of this program. So actually, we had 4 day session. On the 12th day, we had Professor Kamaya inaugural session. He introduced, and thereafter one speaker, Dr. Chandrasekhar, taken on the central tendencies, and later Dr. Ajay Kumar he discussed about the deviations, and the later Srinivas Rao discussed about correlation and regression analysis. Today morning from 10 to 1 p.m. Dr. Venugopal discussed about the basic time series analysis and the index numbers, madam. This is the program we had in the last 4 days, madam. So with a brief introduction, please give your valuable speech about the importance of the statistics and how it is importance for the research methodology, since you are the expert in the statistical tools for the research methodology. So to aware our participants, madam. So once again, I thank you and welcome, madam. So over to you, madam. Please start, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think I'm audible. I should begin.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, madam. You can begin, madam.
Okay, thank you so much. So, very good noon to all. Audible. Congratulations to the entire team of organizing committee from Faculty of Social Science, BJR Government Degree College, Narayan Guda, Hyderabad, for having successfully completing the national level workshop on basic statistics from 12 to 15 July 2020. And I feel extremely privileged and delighted to be a part of this August gathering of academician, distinguished guests, eminent speakers, and participants of the workshop for inviting me to deliver this valedictory address and to share my views and express my opinion on this most revered and much needed topic on statistical tools for social scientists. This workshop, what I feel, has actually provided a virtual platform to the young researchers and aspiring teachers to sharpen their technicalities in the field of understanding the concept of data, data gathering, statistical tools, and their application in the field of social sciences. I'm sure in this 4 days of workshop, you all must have learned the various techniques and tools of basic statistics and sharpened your technicalities in this particular field of data collection, measures of central tendency like construction of frequency distribution table, mean, median, mode, quartile, decile, histogram, ogive, etc., along with measures of dispersion like range, standard deviation, variances, etc., correlation, regression, and the basic time series analysis as the organizers have just now informed you. So let me give you some more insights to this prime field of statistics and statistical inquiry. Once you are through with the basic concepts and its applicability, one can move ahead to a higher level of statistical understanding, or we can term it to be advanced spatial statistical techniques that is widely used and largely applied in social sciences. We all belong to the field of social sciences, so let us try to actually explore what are the various ways through which these advanced techniques can help we social scientists. So today I would like to give you a virtual tour to the world of sampling, parametric test, and chi-square. So be with me on this riding sail. But before that, we must understand the basic concept of conducting a research. What is a research? What is a research design? And the application of statistical tools for this particular research purpose. So research is nothing. It is actually a creative and systematic work which is undertaken to increase the stock of knowledge, including knowledge of humans, culture, and society, and the use of this stock of knowledge to devise new applications. As the name suggests, the word research itself means research. That means searching something new and something again and again. It is derived from the Middle French research, which means to go about seeking something new and something innovative. So having understood research, we design it, we frame it, or you can say we rather structure it. The research design is nothing. It is a very simple and a small process, and it refers to the overall strategy that you choose to integrate the different components of study in a coherent, logical, thereby ensuring you will effectively address the research problems. In other words, we can say that it constitutes the blueprint or the future look for the collection, measurement, and the analysis of data. Once the research is planned and the research design is formulated, we begin to apply the various combination of statistical tools and techniques to realize the objectives of the research, and that is of prime importance. So statistics is all about collection, then tabulation, then we interpret, so interpretation, then analysis, and finally the application of data, which are numerical entity that speaks for themselves and plays a vital role within the domain of research. In fact, the role of statistics in research is to function as a tool in designing research, analyzing its data, and drawing conclusions out from them. So now coming to the social sciences, this vital field of statistics and statistical methods can be applied to a variety of social situations. Now what, as for example, in today's data-driven world, statistics is used to make policy decisions. Yes, the central government is doing. To study social and behavioral changes. Yes, nowadays the present pandemic situation, this is in much demand. And to answer some important cultural questions. In fact, we social scientists employ a variety of statistical techniques, like we use Lorenz curve and Gini coefficient to measure the level of income distribution in a country. We use the concept of probability for rainfall, future forecasting methods for what? For flood prediction, food grain production, and many more. The list goes endless. In fact, most research studies, all these results in a large volume of raw data, which must be suitably reduced so that the same can be readily and easily available, and it can be used for further analysis. And the technique of sampling helps in data reduction into samples. So now we must understand what is sampling and why it is done. So sampling is a small process which is used in statistical analysis, in which a predetermined number of observations are taken from a larger set of population base, and these are known as samples. So in research, a sample is a group of people. It can be object or it can be items that are taken from a larger population for measurement purpose. And the sample, this sample that is drawn should be a true representative of the population. And why? To ensure that we can generalize the findings from the research sample to the population as a whole. But the next question that arises in the mind of researchers, that why sampling is done? Yes, this should automatically come. It's very simple. Why sampling is done? It tends to be cost effective, number one. Also, the time and the labor involved in the collection of samples are relatively smaller, and hence the entire process becomes less tedious and less tiresome. So now what should be the actual or the ideal size of sampling? So it should usually range from 10 to 15%, and in most cases, it can be 20% of the total population. And mind it should be capable enough to represent the entire universe, or we can say population. For that, we must be cautious enough in the choice of sampling procedure and the types which we are resorting to for a correct and accurate representation of the sample. So we have various types of sampling procedures, like simple random sampling, in which like a sample is made or it is chosen from an entire population base randomly, whereby each and every item in the population has an equal chance of being included in the sample with no deliberate discrimination. Or we can say the probability of selection becomes 50-50, or it just becomes 0.5. It is used for general purpose selection with no specific criteria. For example, we can say if a random survey of 100 houses are to be taken from 1,000 houses in a village, this ensures randomness of selection. One can adopt either the random number tables for this or the lottery methods. In the random number tables, we have a set of rows and columns whereby specific numbers are arranged. We can choose them either it can go horizontally, it can go vertically, or it can go diagonally. And the other method is the lottery method, whereby we keep the entire population, and just by pick and drop, there is a chance of being acceptance. The second most important sampling method that I would like to focus today is the systematic sampling. And as the name suggests, in this method, a system of selection is to be followed. Now, what is that system? It is usually applied to the fields and the field studies where population is large, it is scattered, and it is not homogeneous. So systematic procedure is followed to choose a sample. For example, a sample B is taking every kth individual, where K refers to the sample interval, which is calculated by the formula total population divided by the sample size desired. I'll try to explain this with one example. Suppose we intend to draw a sample of 20 individuals from a group of 200, which represents 10% of the population. Then our K would be every 10th individual. So it would be 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, up till 200. And the total samples that we have drawn automatically becomes 20. It's not necessary that we begin from 10 itself. We can begin from 3 itself. So 3, and the next sample would be 10 plus 3. So it will become 13, 23, 33, and then it will continue. So what is the biggest merit of this sampling procedure? It is very simple and convenient to adopt, and it gives fairly accurate result even when the population tends to be infinite. You cannot count the population, but it has to be homogeneous. The third important sampling types for today is the stratified sampling. So let us move to this important type. And as the name suggests, we need to divide the population into different strata, or we can say layers or components or segments, etc., especially when the population is not homogeneous. So first, the population under study is divided into homogeneous groups or classes called strata, and then sample is drawn from each stratum at random in proportion to its size. This is very important criteria that should be kept in mind. And this method intends to give representation to all the strata of population, such as selecting samples from defined classes. It could be classes, it could be different age bracket, it could be sex, it could be income group, etc. Whatever the research demands. So this particular type of sampling, it gives more proportionate representative sample from each group than the earlier two discussed sampling types, and gives greater accuracy. So apart from this, whatever is the sampling types that we are actually deciding, we must ensure that these correctly represent the population. It means we must be confident enough on our choice of sampling techniques and the samples drawn for any further statistical tools to be applied. But suppose if the sample do not represent the true population, then what happens? Then the entire process goes in vain. So it has to be done very, very meticulously. What we must do before its application? We must test for its validity through hypothesis testing. Once we have drawn the sample, we should not just take the sample as it is and apply it. No. Before that, we must try testing its validity through hypothesis testing. And that is what the base of a sampling is. So you must be pondering, what is hypothesis testing? So it is, once the sampling procedure and sampling types is decided, we move ahead to test its hypothesis. Hypothesis is a simple statement that actually nullifies any significant difference between the population and the samples drawn and treat both at par. So this nullifying behavior of this hypothesis is known as null hypothesis, which is represented by capital H and small o. And it simply rejects any statistical difference between population and samples. I'll also try to explain this with the help of an example. For example, the average of marks of students in a class of 200 students should be statistically the same for the sample drawn of 20 students. That means there should not be any statistical difference in the marks obtained for the population and the sample size. And if this is tested and proved, then we can be 100% sure that yes, the sample that we have derived is a true representative of the population, and we can move ahead with further statistical calculation, and the result that we are going to get is going to be 100% perfect. So there are two concepts that I would like to explain regarding this. One is the confidence level and the other is the significance level. Now in statistics, there are two levels of being confident on the choice of sample. Suppose we have done the sampling and it is not very exactly lengthy, but it takes money, time and cost also. So we must be sure that whatever process we are following, it is a true representative. And how much confident we are, that is something that statistics decides. So in statistics, we can either be 95% confident of our samples, or at the maximum, we can be 99% confidence. And these two are known as confidence limits or the zone of acceptance or the confidence level. So please, but we must ensure that in statistics, we can never be 100% confident, since there is always a chance of 1% human error that is likely to be committed. And in contrast to this, we have a terminology that is called significance level, which denotes the zone of rejection. Rejection means the area of percentage for which we are really not sure or confident. And for the above case, it could be 5% and 1%. Since 95 and 99 was the confidence, so we are not sure for the remaining 5% and the remaining 1%. So 5% and 1% are the zone of rejection for which the test would be rejected. And in probability terms, they are known as significance level. It could be 0.05. How come 0.05? 5 by 100. So 5 by 100 means 0.05 and 1 by 100 is 0.01. So this hypothesis testing that we have tried to understood is exclusive to the parametric tests and sampling. So let us quickly try to understand what are parametric tests and their significance for social scientists. Parametric tests are a set of two categories of tests that are governed and controlled by different parameters like mean, standard deviation, variances, etc. And in this particular session, most of the participants have already covered these. It has two broad categories, are the Z test and the T test. Now Z test, as the name suggests, Z, it is also known as the large sample test. It is a statistical test to determine whether two population means, that means either we can have a population mean which is represented by mu, or the sample mean which is the X bar. And if it is a case of two sample tests, we can have mean for both. So it is a statistical test to determine whether the two population hypothesis in which the Z test follows a normal distribution and it is usually represented by a Z score, or in normal language, we call it Z score. So there are some defining criteria. This sample size should usually be calculated using the normal distribution formula, which is Z is equal to X minus X bar by standard deviation. It is represented by a bell-shaped curve. I'm sure most of you have seen a bell. So it is a bell-shaped curve, which is unimodal in nature. Why? Because the mean, median, and the mode coincide at one particular point. And it is symmetrical about mean, because the mean divides the curve into two equal halves, and both the halves become symmetrical. And through this, we frame a null hypothesis and test for its validity at both 95% and 99% confidence limit. There is a calculated value, which is the Z score through the formula, and there is a tabulated value, which is derived from the statistical tables. And based on this calculated and tabulated value, we accept and reject the null hypothesis. And the null hypothesis needs to get rejected for the test to stand true. So I would not like to go beyond this in the Z test. I would like to move ahead a bit on the T test, because we have paucity of time here. The T test also, it is also known as student's T test. And it is a type of inferential, because we draw inferences, inferential statistic, which is used to determine if there is a significant difference between the means of two groups, which may be related in certain features. And the basic objective is to determine the likelihood of a value in a sample, given that the null hypothesis stands true. And the T-test is one of the many tests used for the purpose of hypothesis testing in statistics. But yes, the question that should come to the mind of participants, that how to distinguish or how to decide that in a particular sample, whether to use Z-test or the T-test. It's very simple. You have to see the sample size. If the sample size is more than 30, you have to apply Z-test. And if the sample size is less than 30, you have to go by T-test, because this T-test is known as the small sample test. And as the sample size reduces, this T-test becomes flatter. Imagine a bell-shaped curve, and if you are extending, pulling both its ends, it will reduce in its size. So the shape of the curve would become flatter with more area coming in its tail. And this state of curve is known as lepticurtic curve. Again, the two defining criteria like the Z-test here also, it's mean and standard deviation. And but in Z-test, the standard deviation was known. But in T-test, the standard deviation of the population is unknown. So this is another criteria through which you can make a choice that whether to use T-test or the Z-test. And there is a formula for T-test, which is X bar minus mu divided by standard deviation under root n, where n is indicating the size of the sample. And like Z-test, we frame a null hypothesis and test for its validity at both 95 and 99% confidence level. So apart from these two parametric tests, there is one more area that I would like to encounter today, and that is non-parametric test. So unlike the parametric test, we don't have any parameters here. Non-parametric tests are those tests which are performed without the aid of parameters. No parameters are involved for their calculation. So if there are no parameters, then how do we go about it? It's on the basis of the matrix. What is matrix? It is the array, or it is the web of rows and columns on the basis of frequency and on the basis of ranking. So under the family of non-parametric tests, we have a variety of non-parametric tests, under which I would just like to take one for today, and that is chi-square test. And it forms the basis and one of the most frequently used tests. Now, what is chi-square test? This chi-square test in social sciences is quite widely used, and it is intended to test how likely it is that an observed distribution is due to chance. That means we have to test the chance factor here. It is also called goodness of fit test or goodness of fit statistic. Why? Because it measures how well the observed distribution of data fits with the distribution that is expected if the variables are independent, and whether it is due to chance or not, that is to be tested. So So it employs the concept of framing a contingency table, which is cross tabulation, which is actually the matrix of rows and columns representing two different attributes and the corresponding frequency, which is the observed frequency, coming under each cell. For example, I'll also try to explain this with the help of a very small example. Let us take the level of literacy level in India and the sex ratio among different Indian states for 2011. So we have altogether 35 states and union territories and their respective level of literacy percentage and the sex ratio, which is the females per thousand of males. So we can take the literacy in percentage and divide Indian states into four categories: less than 25%, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, and more than 75%. So we have four categories of literacy rate in India. And similarly, we can have another variable, which is the sex ratio. According to that, also we can divide Indian states into four categories on the basis of the data. So we divide Indian states into some categories based on their sex ratio and represent both these criteria or both these variables in a matrix form and record the frequency for each cell. For example, there could be, out of 35 states and union territories, there could be 2 states having a very high literacy rate and at the same time having a very high sex ratio. So in this way, we try to set the different states in terms of frequency in a contingency table for the chi-square. Then we calculate its chi-square value and then we further test it to see if the categories formed are correct or true or it is due to mere chance factor. So once hypothesis is proved, we can conclude that the chi-square test is a very good fit for this data, and further we can move ahead for its application in the real world. So most of the test in geography or most of the test in social sciences actually gives us a blueprint of its future application. If we do not make any test, it might be possible that in the future we may get a wrong answer. So we must first of all use this test to get 100% sure. But at the same time, we also must be knowing the strength of relationship between these two variables. What were these two variables? The sex ratio and the literacy rate. We know that, okay, hypothesis has been proved and it is not due to chance factor. But how strong is the relationship? That is also an important factor. So for that, this particular concept is achieved by phi coefficient, and this is the last portion that I'm touching for today. So the phi coefficient is actually, it is a measure of degree of association between two binary variables. It ranges from 0 to 1, like correlation. Most of the participants, as I have seen in your curriculum, you have covered correlation. So you must be having the concept of correlation, that it ranges from 0 to 1, and higher is the value, the higher is the relationship. So the same goes here. A higher value, well above 0.6, indicates a very strong relation between variables and provides validity to the chi-square test. So I just tried giving you a snapshot of some of the tests that are widely used in social science research within this stipulated time framework of 30 minutes that was provided to me by the organizers. There are many more to be discovered, analyzed, and applied, which we can do sometime later when we get time. So I think I'm able to clarify some of your concepts, if not 99% as in statistics, at least with 50% confidence level. So with this, I would like to give a pause to my talk, and once again would like to thank the organizers for having me here and congratulate them for the successful conduct of National Online Workshop on Basic Statistics. Thank you so much.
Hello, madam. Dr. Sweta madam.
Yes.
Thank you very much, madam, to give awareness program on the statistical tools for the research methodology.
Thank you so much.
So with within half an hour, almost you covered all the areas. So without fail, so it will be motivated for our participants to involve in the statistics subject. Thank you very much, madam, to be the part of this session and organization. Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now, madam, Radhika, madam.
Yes, sir.
Madam, please say a few words, madam, because the principal is busy with some other meeting.
Yes, sir,
So
sure,
as a,
sir.
as
Sir,
a
you
vice,
can just open up for discussion, sir. Any doubts or any?
but that is
from the participants?
before going to that, I am going to opening the participants.
Yes, sir.
So I am requesting the participants, please give some of the people come forward and give some feedback on this program. I'm requesting the participants give the feedback on this program.
And any doubts they have, sir, they can get them clarified.
Yes, you can also have any doubt, you please you discuss. The madam is available, but you can participate, dear participants. Thank you.
Hmm. 140 only.
Okay, any participants, please unmute yourself. Just to at least you have questions or give the feedback about this program.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Nenu Narayan sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tell me, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I am G. Narayana, Assistant Professor of Economics, GDC Medak. Really, in this crisis, it is very good initiative step. All of us know, particularly the colleges in the Osmania University, from this academic year in third semester, statistics is mandatory. There is no options. But for some years, we did not choose statistics subject in our academic schedule. Most of colleges in Osmania University. But from this academic year, it is very important, and it is a very good step taken by you, organized by your college, your madams and sirs. So really, it is very good initiative step, sir. It is very motivate to us because statistic is very that is very mandatory from this academic year. In this occasion, you conducted, organized well, and succeeded. Thank you on behalf of my college and to your college. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any another participant, please?
Madam, I have one doubt, ma'am. Shweta Rani, ma'am. Madam. Hello.
Madam Shweta Rani, madam, please.
Madam, she has.
Yes.
Yeah. Now.
Please.
Yeah, ma'am. Namaste, ma'am. Your session is wonderful.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead with your doubt.
Ma'am, actually, in social sciences, can you just give a clue about which one is more suitable, jet test or t-test, or it depends upon our hypothesis?
Okay, should I answer?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, please.
In social science, there is no specific criteria as to which one is suitable. It all depends upon your sample size. Suppose
Okay,
you are drawing a sample and the size of the sample is more than 30, then in that case, you have to go by Z-test. And if it is less than 30, you have to employ T-test.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So it all depends upon the sample size.
Size of sample, exactly.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other participant, please?
Sir, another question in chat box. They have asked the difference between a parametric test and a non-parametric test.
Yes, thank you, madam. I'll answer this. So whoever has asked this question, See, as the name suggests, parametric test means some parameters have been employed to test the validity. And the important parameters that are used are usually mean, which is the average, standard deviation, and the variances. But apart from these category of tests, there are some other categories of tests where no parameters are included in, or no parameters forms the unit of analysis. So in that case, how do? We take the help of ranking method, we take the help of matrix, and we take the help of frequency. So there is a clear-cut distinction between the parametric and the non-parametric. Wherever you have the possibility to get or to calculate mean or standard deviation or variance, you go ahead. That will form a part of parametric test. And under that, your Z test comes, your T test comes, and your F test comes, which is the Fisherian test or the ANOVA. And where there is a possibility that you cannot categorize your data, or you cannot draw mean or standard deviation or variance from the data, in that case, you either arrange the data in frequency distribution table through a matrix or rank them. And through that method, when you do testing, it becomes non-parametric.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Clarified, ma'am, that doubt.
Okay.
Okay, madam. Thank you very much, madam. Almost it is the program is over. In these 4 days, from the 12th to 15th, we had 4 days sessions. Every day, 3.5 hours the session was there. Almost today 4 hours sessions from 10 to almost now it is getting 2 p.m. So the 4 hours sessions was there. So in all these 4 days, the first day, the principal sir welcomed all the guests, and Professor Bandi Kamaya, inaugural speaker, and Dr. Chandrasekhar from CES Hyderabad discussed about on the central tendencies and introduction to statistics. On the same day, we conducted one quiz also. We took the feedback from about the speakers from the participant. In the second day, Dr. Ajay Kumar Atluri discussed on the brief about the central tendencies, which was covered by Chandrasekhar sir, and also discussed about the deviations, skewness, and kurtosis. And also in the second day also, just introduced about the R program. And conducted one quiz, and also we took the feedback from the participants. And day 3, Dr. Srinivas Rao discussed about the correlation and regression analysis, and also conducted a quiz on the third day also, and we took the feedback from the participants. And today, that is the last day, the 4th day, Dr. Venugopal discussed on the basic index numbers and the time series analysis. And we are also going to conduct the quiz even today also for this session, and we are also going to take the feedback. And the Dr. Sweta Rani madam discussed on the whole the importance of the statistical tools as a valedictory speaker. This is the program we had discussed almost all areas, the basic aspects we covered in the 4 days in the short span of the period. Almost we touched only the basic level. So in this basic foundation, actually we are also planning to continue this program, which is more important. We are going to discuss deeply about the statistical tools for the research methodology, like what the madam discussed, Z test to T test, and the time series analysis, correlation regression analysis, and how it will be useful for the research methodology. So we are planning to conduct one this program in the future. For that only we just we started only basic program, as rightly said Narayan sir. Since it was compulsory paper made in under the Usmani University, the most of the faculty members don't have the awareness. That's why, to give the basic idea about the statistics, we started this program. Dr. Sweta Rani madam, and also Radhika madam, vice principal madam. So this is, we had award the program in the last for 4 days, madam. For 4 days, madam. Thank you very much, madam. So in this one, I would like to ask to Radhika Madam, Associate Professor of Physics, Head of the Department of Physics and Vice Principal of the college, to give your some few words for the gathering, Madam.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Madam. Radhika Madam.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. Thank you. Let me first thank our speakers of today's session, Shweta Rani Madam and Dr. Venugopal sir. The valuable inputs you have given to the students and faculty are very much needed for the future classes to be continued. I thank you very much, sir and madam, on behalf of BJR Government Degree College, Narayanguda, and the Social Sciences Departments and all our faculty members. We thank you very much for being present to the session and enlightening our students with the valuable inputs. Thank you, madam, and thank you, sir. And I also thank our Social Sciences Department for successfully conducting this program. The planning was when we were before the lockdown only, we thought of conducting an offline 1 week FTP program for all the faculty members, as this basic statistics was introduced in the curriculum this semester onwards. So the social sciences under the leadership of Swamy sir, they were very eager to conduct an FTP program for faculty, but somehow the planning was in progress and unfortunately the lockdown had come. So everything has changed. And I thank all the members of the department for successfully organizing this program, and each and every speaker who has given their valuable inputs for this program. We thank on behalf of BJR Degree College for providing basic statistics. Nothing in our daily life, we cannot go out without basic statistics. The knowledge of basic statistics is very much necessary. On the first day, the speaker was telling right from the household, we start with a statistical analysis of the work. So as we learn, and as a physics person, I know what mean, median and all, we learn the correlation, the relation between mean, median, mode. They are all the famous questions when we were doing our 10th class statistics. So after that, we were not deep into the subject. So whatever it is, but basic statistics is a basic instinct requirement which every student or faculty member has to know, despite of other disciplines also. So the social sciences department has taken up this initiation to make all the students to gain knowledge from all the speakers, and they have very much chosen very right and very experienced speakers for this session, for all these sessions. And they are all conducting it in an organized manner. We have the quiz sessions to conducted at the end of each of the every program, and tomorrow we will be arranging an interacting session to all the participants. And it was a successful FDP program, which this initiation was taken up by the social sciences first, I think, in among the Telangana states. And I congratulate all the social sciences faculty for arranging and making this program a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, madam. A few words. Now I'm inviting the Mallika madam, assistant professor in public administration, to propose vote of thanks for this program.
Namaste. Good afternoon to everyone. And at the outset, we are grateful to our principal, Dr. P. Balabhaskar sir, for providing constant support and guidance. We are thankful to our vice principal, Srimati Radhika madam, for being with us every time. And we are also thankful to today's chief guest, Dr. Shweta Rani madam. Madam has given a very great insights into the sampling, types of sampling, t-test, z-test, chi-square test, and where to use it and how it is comparable and how useful it is to the social science researchers. Thank you, ma'am. We are elated by your presence, really. Thank you very much. And we are grateful to all the resource persons of these 4 days, Dr. Kamaya sir, Dr. K. Chandrasekhar sir, Dr. B. Srinivas sir, Dr. Ajay sir, and Dr. D. Muniswamy sir. Really, we are, first of all, we are thankful to, on behalf of social sciences, our dynamic convener of the program. He's the architect behind this program. So heartfelt thanks to Dr. D. Muniswamy sir. I thank all the participants, all our faculty members, and I thank each and everyone for being with us in this program. Thanks to each and everyone. for being with us and making this program a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. So in this one, the program was, I think, successfully completed in the 4 days. So thank you very much all the participants and the resource persons, particularly
Thank
even
you,
the
sir.
participants also, the patients. And if you have any query and mistake from my side, please excuse me. Okay. So I will send the quiz and feedback form for this day and the whole session. Please send. So the feedback form for the whole program is mandatory, because please give the correct details on that feedback form. Based on that only the certificate will be issued. Okay. So thank you very much once again, madam. Sweta Rani madam, thank you very much, madam.
Thank you so much, the organizers. Thank
Okay,
you.
madam. Thank you, madam. Madam Radhika madam, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It
Shanti
was
madam,
wonderfully organized.
Shanti
Very
madam,
good
Radhika,
session.
Giridhar sir, Geeta Sri madam, Malika madam, Pandarinath sir, and
పర్లేదు సార్ మనకు మీరు చెప్పకూడదు సార్.
It is a great
Congratulations,
program, sir.
Muniswamy sir. Congratulations. Hearty
We all should
congratulations.
congratulate you. It is a
Thank you,
great
Muniswamy
program,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir. My special thanks to Kamruddin sir. Somewhere.
Amiruddin sir is always a support to our college.
Yeah,
sir.
that's why I
Very
told you,
strong
sir.
support to our college.
That's why I
Yes,
told
Sir,
you.
congratulations, sir. Muniswamy sir.
Oh, madam Ravalakshmi madam and Ravindra sir also, I
Congrats,
think he was there. And many of our faculties were there. I am not able to see. Anyway, thanks to all the faculty members. Thank you.
Congrats, sir. Successfully.
Sir, thank you, sir. Congratulations, Muniswamy sir.
Sir, thank you. Ramanjaneel garu. Thank you. Thank you.
బాగా చేశారు సార్.
Thank you, madam.
బాగా జరిగింది,
బాగా
sir.
జరిగింది.
Special faculty. Okay.
Okay,
So
madam.
మాకు కూడా
Thank you.
కొంచెం స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ తెలుసు కానీ we are not deep into it, but we could get it, sir. We are able to understand it.
Okay, madam. Thank
Sessions
you.
were very wonderfully organized.
Okay. Thank you, madam.
అంతా మునిస్వామి సార్కే మేడం
I know, madam. I know, and all of you, madam.
అందరూ
Madam, don't say that.
అందరూ
అందరూ ఉంటేనే
Swamy sir is
ఏదైనా
the main leader,
Thank you.
but there should be
Thank you, sir.
supporting.
Ravindra sir.
There should
Ravindra
be
sir, thank you.
supporting staff
Congratulations,
also.
Muniswamy sir.
Thank you, sir.
సార్ రవీందర్ సార్ బాగున్నారా? కనిపించట్లేదు సార్.
అయ్యో రవీందర్ సార్ మన ప్రోగ్రామ్ కి వచ్చారు మేడం, మన ఉమెన్.
I think
our sir is one of the
మేడం లాక్డౌన్ లో గుర్తుపట్టకుండా అయిపోయినావేమి?
I think our histories are also there. Deshmukh sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We can get
Radhika madam ఉన్నారు.
Hello, madam. Geeta Sri madam.
Sir,
Radhika madam బాగున్నారా?
బాగున్నా మేడం. మొన్న మిస్ అయ్యాం మిమ్మల్ని. I didn't see you.
వచ్చాను.
వచ్చారా? Okay,
sir. Your voice is not audible, sir. Deshmukh sir, your voice is not audible. Madam Padma madam, thank you. Yes, so thank you one and all. So I am ending the program.
Okay, sir.
You have
Thank
taken
you.
all
Yes,
the.
sir.
Congratulations, sir.
Okay,
I
madam,
know
thank
what
you.
that.
Hi, Shanti madam.
It takes.
Hi,
How much
madam.
effort we
Hi,
have to put
Ramlakshmi
to
madam, Shanti
organize
madam.